Okay, seems like that worked.
Okay, good morning, everyone. It's 9 o'clock, so we will get started soon. And to start with, welcome back. Good morning and welcome back to the second day of the 2023 Summit on Mental Health and Climate Change. Again, this is the second summit of its kind organized by the Mental Health and Climate Change Alliance. And first of all, thank you all for coming back to the event, or if this is the first time you're joining the event, thank you for being here and for sharing this experience with us. We're just really thrilled about today and about introducing all the speakers, presenters, and engaging in insightful conversations about how climate change and mental health interact and all the pathways. Have a full day. So on your screen, you have some important information about virtual logistics for this event. So as you know, we will be together on this platform from 9 a.m. until 2 p.m. today. And you will find a schedule and the speaker biographies on the MHCCA website. If you click the link on your screen, the summit platform will provide that information, as well as display the agenda, as well as the posters for the virtual poster session, some information about the summit, and yeah, if you have any other questions beyond that, just always let us know. We will be using two different platforms today. So we'll be using Zoom, the Zoom chat feature for the audience Q&A, for the presentations. And then we'll be using Slido to engage in conversations about the posters. Please note that the Zoom webinar will be recorded and will be made public afterwards. As for the poster session, it will be available until the end of today. So you can go there and connect, network, discuss posters, presentations. There's also a general discussion chat box. If you go to slido.com and use the code MHCCA 2023, you will see something like this. So you will be able to go into either the general discussion page or click on any of the posters you would like to comment on, and you'll see that people have already started yesterday. They've started some conversations about different posters. We will have a wellness break around midday. And yeah, the way each presentation will go is I'll introduce the speakers and the topic, and then participants will be invited to submit their questions or comments into Zoom chat box or the Q&A function in the webinar. Please feel free to ask anything about anything you're interested in or you would like to clarify, and please don't shy away from sharing your ideas and help us make this a really insightful and useful and exciting experience. And just for those who are new to the summit, who were not here yesterday, a brief intro for myself and the organizing team for the summit. My name is Andrea Bratu, and I'm one of the co-founders and associate director of the MHCCA and a PhD student at the School of Population and Public Health at the University of British Columbia. And I will be co-chairing the event with Dr. Kiffer Card, who's the executive director and co-founder of the MHCCA, and assistant professor at the Faculty of Health Sciences at Simon Fraser University. You'll see Kiffer offering really important information in the chat feature, as well as coordinating the event. And we'll also be getting much needed support from Godfrey Darko, who's our lovely research program manager. And yeah, we'll do our best to support and guide you through this virtual conference experience. And without further ado, I think we can get started unless anyone has any questions about the logistics so far. Okay. Our first item this morning is a panel discussion. For those of you who were here yesterday, we had a really insightful and extremely touching panel discussion yesterday. So excited to present the next panel called Measuring the Mental Health Impact of Climate Change. And this again will be an hour-long panel led by Kalisha Clausen and co-presented by myself, Tasha Roswell, and Mark Reyes. And it is my pleasure to introduce each of these speakers, starting with Kalisha Clausen, who is a Banting postdoctoral fellow at the Center on Gender Equity and Health at the University of California, San Diego. She's also a researcher at in the Faculty of Health Sciences at Simon Fraser University. She's really passionate about community-based research, and as a member of the MHCCA, she's leading community-based research efforts to develop, test, and monitor climate change distress and resilience across Canada. Dr. Mark Eric Reyes, who is also on the panel, he's a professor at the University of Santo Tomas Psychology Department and the immediate past president of the Psychological Association of the Philippines. And he will discuss how climate change impacts youth in the Philippines and the efforts that this team is working on to address this mounting issue among Filipinos. Myself, as I already introduced myself, my main work with the MHCCA focuses on similar topics, so measuring climate distress and resilience, as well as other research that focuses on the psychosocial impacts of climate change. I have a particular interest on resilience. And Tasha, she works as a researcher at the University of Athabasca University, sorry. And I think Kalisha will have more information as she's leading the discussion. One thing to mention is that Dr. Reyes, he is in the Philippines, and the time difference is quite significant, and considering this time difference, we have recorded this webinar session previously, so we will be presenting that recording first and then open the floor to the public for questions and discussions. And the rest of the panelists, so Tasha, Kalisha, and myself, will be here to take those questions, but the presentation will be screened based on the recording. So I'll pass it over to you, Kalisha, and thank you all for being here.
Great. Thank you so much, Andrea, for that great introduction. And as Andrea mentioned, we had previously recorded this session with Dr. Reyes, who is in the Philippines, and it is currently 2 a.m., so not the most ideal time for him. So I'm going to share my screen and present the recording from the conversation that we had, the four of us, last week. Can everyone see my screen okay? Great. So hope everyone enjoys, and we'll have a Q&A after the recording. So thank you.
Alicia, I don't think there is a sound. The sound is on for the recording.
Of this land, and especially when we're talking about climate change, I think it's really important to acknowledge. Great, thank you everyone so much for joining us today for the Measuring Climate Change and Mental Health panel as part of the Summit on Mental Health and Climate Change. So before we get started, I just want to first acknowledge that I am coming to this panel today from the unceded ancestral and traditional territory of the Coast Salish Nation, including the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, and that we really respectfully acknowledge the original land keepers of this land, and especially when we're talking about climate change, I think it's really important to acknowledge whose territories we are on. And there's many of us coming from different territories today, so if you want to add those to the chat, feel free to do that, and you're also welcome to make your own land acknowledgements as we go through the process of our panelist presentations today. So for today, we'll provide a bit of a background on this topic, and then I'm going to introduce the panelists that we have for today. And then each of the panelists will go through their own presentations on the topic, and then we have some time for an open table discussion, followed by audience Q&A. So to get us started off as a background, and as everyone here today, I'm sure is not unfamiliar with this topic and the importance of climate change and on mental health, we know that climate change poses considerable threats to communities and environments, and that our concerns about these threats influence our distress and our levels of well-being, and that these well-being related impacts really also have impacts on our decision-making for the future, including things like family planning, housing, migration, jobs and opportunities, and so on. We've had a number of folks that have looked at measuring climate-related distress and anxiety, including using terms such as ecological grief, ecological stress, climate-related distress, and climate change anxiety. But despite the growing recognition of the mental health impacts of climate change, there's been relatively little research on the resilience of individuals and communities to these impacts. And most existing measures of distress focus on emotions and individual level responses to climate change and environmental degradation. These measures have largely ignored the broader social and cultural context in which individuals live, and have also often neglected to consider the gendered dimensions and other social identity dimensions of climate change distress. So despite these growing interests in these, there continues to be limited or mutual definitions and measurement of climate change distress and resilience. So this is especially true for how we understand climate change related distress and resilience, and how this impacts different populations that are disproportionately affected by climate change, or how constructs of climate change distress and resilience may be systematically different across age, gender, ethnicity, and geographical location. So for example, some of the work that we've been doing with the Mental Health and Climate Change Alliance has looked at how there are gender differences in terms of the way that folks have answered scales around climate change and distress, such as the climate change anxiety scale. So this scale just shows the vast differences between how men and women respond to some of these items. So for example, the first item has the largest difference around, has climate change affected your difficulty to concentrate, with there being quite a significant difference with the amount of folks that have agreed or strongly agreed to this item, with less than 50% of men and more than 75% of women saying that they agree or strongly agree to this statement. And this just showing that there's vast variation across these items by gender. And so this is an area that I'm particularly interested in exploring, but also I'm interested in looking at how other social identities and experiences, as well as geographical locations, might differently experience the impacts of climate change on their mental health. So the purpose of this panel was really to hear from researchers that were interested in expanding the field of climate change and mental health, distress and resilience, and to discuss a path forward. So the folks that are included on this panel include myself. So I'm a Banting postdoctoral fellow with the Center on Gender Equity and Health at the University of California, San Diego, and I'm also a researcher at the Faculty of Health Sciences at Simon Fraser University and with the Mental Health and Climate Change Alliance. We also have Tasha Roswell, who's a research assistant in the Faculty of Health Disciplines at Athabasca University. Dr. Mark Eric S. Reyes, who is a professor at the University of Santo Tomas Psychology Department, and the immediate past president of the Psychological Association of the Philippines, and Andrea Gratu, who is a PhD student at the School of Population and Public Health at the University of British Columbia, and the co-founder of the Mental Health and Climate Change Alliance. So I'm going to pass it first over to Tasha to give us her talk on this topic, and I'll stop sharing my screen.
Awesome, thank you. So I'm just going to share my screen here. All right, you can see my presentation all well? Great, awesome. So thanks for the introduction, Kalisha. So I'm going to be presenting our findings of a systematic review that we've done looking at the measures around negative emotional responses to climate change among young people in survey research specifically. So I'm going to jump right in so I can focus primarily on our results. So just when we're talking about measuring climate change emotions in this project, we're looking specifically at the overarching awareness impacts. So defined as the emotional distress brought on from the awareness of the threats and impacts of climate change that young people specifically may be experiencing. So we did not look at the direct mental health effects from specific weather events, or the indirect mental health consequences from such events. Also important to note that for this review, we defined young people as 10 to 24 years old, so quite broad to make sure we could get that broader range of instruments used and experiences had. So our three research questions looked at what survey instruments are currently being used with young people to measure their negative emotional responses to climate change. Are these instruments appropriate to use in the context of young people? And what factors are associated with negative emotional responses to climate change in young people? And just to state again, this is specific to survey research. So once all our searches and screenings were complete, we had 43 papers that fit our inclusion criteria. So most notably, we had 12 papers that focused explicitly on young people. So really quite low in the grand scheme of things. The majority of the studies that we included, they had young people in our defined range report on these emotions, but they were not the study's primary focus. And also important to note that over half of the papers included were recently published, so either 2021, 2022, and just really highlighting how increasingly important and timely it is to determine what these reliable measures are for young people, because we are seeing this research start emerging more and more. So across all population groups, worry and concern were the most prevalent. They were the most studied emotions. You can see that all papers that focused exclusively on young people included these two constructs, and only 3 ventured out into other emotions such as despair, fear, or anger, hope, so many other ones. And we did see that the other studies that didn't just explicitly focus on young people, they kind of did explore more into those other emotional constructs. And this is definitely a gap that we identified, really the need for studying a broader range of emotions in young people, because we do see evidence that these younger populations are experiencing other emotions other than worry and concern. So the three types of instruments used are single items. So those one question, how worried are you about climate change? Multi-item scales, as Kalisha showed us previously, often adapted for each specific study. And then also measuring multiple emotions with a checklist. And so for a quality assessment of these measures, we had two researchers independently utilize an adapted health measurement checklist to determine the measure's quality rating and appropriateness to be specifically applied to young people and climate change emotions. Potential categories were high, moderate, low, and very low. So you can see 20 of the 30 of the unique measures came in at low or very low. And of course, this is in the context of young people. So not reporting that these measures themselves are of low quality, but rather at this point, with such little data specific to young people and climate emotions, they're considered of low quality for use in survey research with young people. And that's one of the major reasons why these came in low, because they weren't focused on youth specifically, and also lack of reporting on their development or refinement of a measure was also identified as a frequent rationale to downgrade a measure. So our third research question asked, what factors are associated with young people's negative emotional responses to climate change? And these factors fell into 5 major categories. Among the 12 studies that explicitly looked at young people. So these are coping strategies, overall mental health and well-being, environmental knowledge and beliefs, demographics, and pro-environmental behaviors. So in conclusion, the study of emotions about climate change is definitely increasing, yet we're seeing that most of this work is not focused on youth. Youth are often included in these studies, but are not the primary focus. So further efforts are definitely needed to operationalize these emotions for young people specifically, separate from adults, but then also beyond worry and concern, to really operationalize those other emotional constructs that youth may be feeling, to really get those studies that have increased validity to be used with youth. So thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much, Tasha. I'd like to pass it over to Dr. Reyes to present his presentation now.
Okay, hi everyone. I hope you could see my screen. Okay, I'm Mark Reyes. I'm from the Philippines. So I'll be sharing to you today some efforts, okay, that we do in the Philippines. So I've entitled my presentation, Climate Action and Psychological Science, the important role we play as Filipino scientist practitioner. Because of course, in the Philippines, it's an emerging trend and not all psychologists, okay, are aware that there's a need for us to help out in addressing climate change. So I'm connected with the university. Okay, I'm a full professor at the Department of Psychology of the College of Science, University of Santo Tomas. So just recently we had a panel and a panel discussion that discussed on the role of different scientists, okay, in terms of the sustainable developmental goals. Okay, so particularly, okay, my role in that particular event, okay, was to address particular SDGs, okay, that I find to be relevant to my profession as a psychologist, okay, and among this particular SDG would have been a climate action, okay, so SDG 13. So I'm still new in this particular research area, okay, so I'm still learning the trades and trying to find out, okay, what psychologists, particularly Filipino psychologists, would be able to contribute to climate action. Okay, so the reason why I dabbled in this particular research interest is that in the recent Lancet Planetary Health, the Philippines is actually one of the 10 countries that has been surveyed. And the Philippines actually, the participants in that research says that Filipinos are particularly impacted by climate change. Okay, it says that more than 50% has reported feeling sad, anxious, angry, powerless, helpless, and guilty. Okay? And if I remember correctly, a majority of the participants, okay, particularly Filipinos, are the ones experiencing this particular distress. Okay? So the question now is, okay, what are the areas, okay, that psychologists could take, okay, or could venture into in addressing the climate crisis? So the constructs and the variables usually that would come in mind would be climate change anxiety or eco-anxiety and climate anxiety. Okay, we could also look into environmental identity or even ecological grief and solastalgia, and of course, climate justice. Okay, so as the immediate past president of the Psychological Association of the Philippines in my 2-year term from 2020 to 2022, the PAP has been an active member of the Global Psychology Alliance. So in June 2022, the Alliance commits to continued cooperation directed toward addressing critical global challenges framed within the United Nations Sustainable Developmental Goals. Okay, the GPA particularly focuses on 3 SDGs. Okay? SDG 3, which ensures healthy lives for all at all ages. SDG 10, to reduce inequality within and among countries. And of course, within this particular focus of GPA is SDG 13 still, take urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts. Okay, so as parts of the effort of the climate change subgroup of GPA, we were able to come out with the book, the Climate Action Global Psychology book, okay, which is available free online, okay, which narrates efforts of different psychological organizations or members of GPA who have been moving towards addressing climate action. Okay. So particularly as part of the GPA, Ukraine has a very solid approach towards climate change. The National Psychological Association of Ukraine actually launched an online climate change course, which is available in the APA website. Okay. The Philippines, on the other hand, okay, we have established in 2020 a special interest group, the PAP Environmental Psychology Special Interest Group, which focuses on psychological constructs that immediately is connected to environmental psychology and climate change. So these are the objectives of the Environmental Psychology Special Interest Group. So these are a core group of Filipino psychologists who have interest in addressing climate change and doing research around environmental psychology. Okay. So myself with other members of the Environmental Psychology Special Interest Group of PAP has been active as well in attending fora summits. So we just attended the COP27 Health Pavilion just recently, and the Southeast Asia and Western Pacific Regional Hub Dialogue. So we've been very much actively participating and engaging ourselves in talks about climate change. Okay. So personally, I've dabbled in some research myself. Okay. So these are some of the publications that I've actually accomplished and worked with other collaborators. Okay. So the first paper was a paper was published, okay, with the help of my students, my undergraduate students, okay, paper. And the last two actually is a collaboration with different psychologists and researchers from different countries, okay, who are into climate change. Okay. So with my first publication, okay, there's a follow-up study already on Gen Z Filipinos. Okay, so the first one was actually a purely quantitative study. So we're extending it now. So we're about to end our data collection this March. Okay, but this is a mixed method study already. And currently, I'm involved with a collaboration on an impact of climate change with different researchers from different countries, and as well as a paper on climate justice that I'll be working with Susan Clayton. Okay. So what is the role of psychological science? Because mostly in talks about climate change, we often would encounter biologists, chemists, environmentalists. So it's always a question, why are psychologists here? Okay. So what is your role, okay, in terms of climate action? So the role of psychological science is that climate change is a human problem. simply because human caused the problem. So as such, humans must be the solution to the climate change problem. So changing human behavior and framing the mind is the realm of psychological science. So the goal of Filipino psychologists and hopefully psychologists in other countries as well is to address a change in behavior so that we could change or address the climate crisis that we're all experiencing. So thank you very much for the time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Reyes. That was a great talk and so interesting to hear about all your work that you're doing in the Philippines. I'm going to pass it now over to Andrea. Andrea, you're on mute.
Hi, sorry. Can you see my screen? Wonderful. Thank you so much for the presentation, everyone. So I will be talking a little bit about the research that the Mental Health and Climate Change Alliance has been conducting with regards to measuring climate change and mental health. And this is based on a project that integrated some focus groups. So the aim of our study overall was to better understand climate-related distress and resilience and to develop community-based measures to capture these concepts. And the purpose of the focus groups was really to first try to define these concepts and then to generate a list of statements informed by our participants so that we can create a survey that can be used across Canada to measure distress and resilience in relation to climate change. So just briefly, we had quite a few participants and a pretty good mix of people that attended. And a very interesting conversation. I'm just providing this slide to offer like an insight into how it all went. We used Jamboards and everyone was extremely engaged. And we came up with some combined definitions for climate change distress and resilience. The definitions are quite long and comprehensive and integrate a wide variety of perspectives from a wide variety of people across Canada. So this is just a summary. Climate change distress was discussed in relation to the anticipated perceived or experienced effects of climate change, which can lead to psychological reactions, impaired functioning, or social reactions, while climate change resilience was primarily described as the interacting emotions and capacity that are used to cope with climate change. And that can appear at individual level and integrate positive emotions or capacity to meet basic needs, other coping strategies like support networks and education, as well as community or societal levels. So access and distribution to resources, community level power, and climate action. So these are just a few keywords that came out of those definitions. And then another focus group was focused based on these definitions. We asked participants to help us develop items that can be included in the survey. So the qualitative data resulted in us identifying quite a few items and 3 constituent themes and 16 sub-themes for climate change distress, as well as 4 constituent themes and 13 sub-themes for resilience. And to give an example, I'm not going to go through all of them, but the overarching themes for distress included negative cognition or affect, and this related to a variety of sub-themes that made reference to feelings, emotions like worry, concern, fear, anxiety, panic, sadness, grief, guilt, shame, hopelessness, powerlessness, emptiness, just a few examples. And there's a few examples of the kind of items that participants have recommended that will be included in the survey that basically are aiming to measure these concepts represented by the sub-themes and the overarching themes. Another overarching theme for distress was cognitive and daily functioning impairments. And similarly to the previous slide, there are quite a wide variety of sub-themes here. So rumination, avoidance, lack of focus or motivation, challenges in functioning in everyday life, basically, or in finding joy or satisfaction. And the third overarching theme for climate distress was related to social reactions and consequences. Participants have highlighted that this is quite common, and it results primarily from conflict that people have to navigate around having disagreements about the existence of climate change, causes, consequences, and how we deal with it. And this can lead to social isolation, disconnect, or challenges with belonging. So quite an important theme here. And for resilience, the overarching themes included positive emotions or worldviews, such as, being optimistic about the future, having hope, being confident in our current efforts or other aspects, as well as personal coping capacity. It was another main theme. And this relates to the capacity to meet basic needs on an everyday level and cope with distress and difficult emotions and difficult feelings, as well as motivational willingness to act and implement coping strategies. And then we also had coping strategies and self-efficacy. So this included compassion, acceptance, empowerment aspects, community support networks, education and learning, and participating in climate action. And the fourth main theme was community or societal level resilience, and this related more to the capacity at community level to distribute resources fairly, as well as ensuring access to resources, as well as avenues for facilitating community empowerment, community level power, and collective action. So those were the main kind of overarching results of the qualitative data that we focused on because of the focus groups and all the insight that the participants have given us. And we're now in the process of completing the survey that will be distributed later this year. So thank you so much. And let me know if you have any questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Andrea. And thank you everyone for your great presentations and really great insights into measurement and what the gaps and ways forward for how we look at measuring climate change and mental health. As we kind of go into this roundtable discussion, I just wanted to go back to Tasha's presentation and reflect on, the large amount of work that you've done in this systematic review. And I'm curious to hear more. In that presentation, you mentioned that there's gaps in measuring a variety of emotions that go beyond just looking at worry and concern. And so I was wondering, what emotions do you think would be important to see in those measurements, and what other major gaps came out of the work that you did with that systematic review?
Yeah, great question. I think a lot of those emotions that even Andrea touched on with their focus group participants around powerlessness, despair, fear and anger is one that was also studied, kind of the next after worry and concern. And then also those positive emotions, because we know that there's adaptive and maladaptive functions of climate change concern and whatnot. But to address the major gaps in the research, also aside from those other emotions, we really see evidence that these negative emotions can and are likely being experienced differently by youth, right, than their adult counterparts. So really doing a deeper dive and further operationalizing these constructs in the context of youth, we find is really important in furthering the research with youth. A second point would be geographical gaps. So our review showed in one of my slides that approximately 70% of the studies to date are exclusively from North America, Europe, Australia, and New Zealand. Those studies that did look at a broader range of areas are going to better capture the experiences across different cultures. And, we do know that emotions have an element of social construction and may be experienced differently in different cultures. And also media is ingested in different ways in different countries. So furthering this exploration, I think will really give us a more holistic understanding of youth and their climate change emotions.
Great. Thank you so much, Tasha. I think that really ties into some of Dr. Reyes' work with youth in the Philippines. And I was curious to hear more about some of the work that you've done with Gen Z Filipinos, and what are some of the unique climate change related mental health concerns that you've heard from Gen Z Filipinos around their mental health and climate change and how it's affecting them.
Okay, so the study that I did actually resulted that Gen Z Filipinos are experiencing significant distress, and there seems to be a significant relationship between climate change, anxiety, and mental health. Okay? So particularly, of course, in the Philippine setting, and I think it's the same in other countries, that this new younger generation are the ones that are experiencing climate change, because they don't seem to see some hope, in what would happen to their future, particularly what was happening to the environment. So I haven't really looked into comparing the generations in terms of how the older generations will practically look into this. Okay, so as a follow-up, as I mentioned, we're doing a study now again about Gen Z, with the same constructs, but would follow up with a qualitative interview. So we'll see what. So it's like linking the two studies of my co-panelists here as well. So hopefully we'll finish the data collection by March, and after that we'll look at the results of phase 1, and hopefully would guide us into particular interview questions, that we could look into the qualitative findings of how really climate change affects their mental health. So of course the relationship is actually also very small. So we could say that there could be other factors, of course, that is affecting the mental health of the participants, because it was completed during the pandemic. So we'll also have to look into some extraneous variables. It could not be necessarily climate change, but as well as the impact of COVID. So that's one thing that we also have to consider. But there seems to be a significant relationship between climate change anxiety and mental health, saying that the higher the climate change anxiety, the more that they feel distressed and problematic. But we'll see with the thematic analysis of the second phase. I'm also looking into, that's why that could be a good area to look at gender as well, as what Tasha's mentioned, and probably in terms of some generational differences. I'll be starting off hopefully by by the second quarter on looking at ecological identity and climate change anxiety, assuming that those who have higher ecological identity, and who are more in tuned and connected with the environment, would be experiencing more climate change anxiety. So I'm also looking into that, and hopefully we could also look at, I'm expanding the participants not to have only the Gen Zs, but also look at older generations who have higher ecological identity, and probably could look at the differences between genders as well. Are those men's ecological identity quite different from those of females? So this could be variables in the study that I'm thinking of pursuing on ecological identity and climate change anxiety.
Thank you so much for sharing. I think that during the focus groups that we did with the Mental Health and Climate Change Alliance, we did see that a lot of the folks that signed up to be in those studies had some connection to environmental activism, and then therefore were more affected with their mental health by the climate change crisis. And yeah, so I guess I would ask Andrea to maybe reflect on that a little bit and think about how the conversations that we had in those focus groups, how they might be, kind of different, or creating measures or items that we're then going to look at in future surveys, maybe slightly differently, or what areas we're kind of seeing that we haven't seen in the literature or other research before.
Yeah, thank you. I think a lot of the, like you mentioned, a lot of the people that attended our focus groups were already extremely committed to protecting the environment, and were almost fueled by this intrinsic sense of justice. They talked a lot about broader aspects of climate distress and resilience. So instead of focusing on emotions or mental health aspects, or just very specific topics when it comes to impacts, they had broader conversations about impact at individual level, community level, societal level. They explore different dimensions, so beyond gender, age, or background, capacities across various, domains. So what the research adds a little bit is this idea that climate distress is such a complex, multifactorial concept, and we don't really understand it yet. So that's why trying to figure out how to measure it is extremely important. And that is why we really focused on community-based research. So we wanted to reach out to the people that, are thinking about this and are experiencing this and are debilitated by it and are trying to cope with it, because that's where the best insight comes from. So it was really interesting. So we were less theory informed and more community informed. And because of that, I think there's this focus on dimensions of justice and fairness, and how to tailor different research efforts or interventions to different individuals and populations. So yeah, and I hope that in the future this will inspire others to involve as much of the community as possible, and co-create and co-design appropriate measures and appropriate projects. And yeah. So I don't know if that answers the question, or Kalisha, you should also add to this, because you have been an integral, leader of this project. So Kalisha I don't know if you've mentioned this already, but she's led this project since the beginning, and is currently working hard on releasing the survey and finalizing the survey. So yeah, if there's anything that I missed, please let us know.
No, I think you covered it really well, and it highlighted that piece around community-based measurement efforts that I'm very passionate about in all areas. I have another research program where I work very closely with youth around measuring relationship dynamics, and I think as we move forward in this field of measurement science in all areas, that we need to be better at engaging with affected communities in those spaces. And there's a lot of things that can get lost in the measurement science itself, but really at the end of the day, we want to make sure that we're capturing a construct that fits with the lived and living experiences of the people that are most affected by the health issues that we're looking at, or the social justice issues that we're trying to make better. And so yeah, I think you've done a very good job at highlighting that in your presentation and in your responses. So I thank you for that. And I guess in the last few minutes, I just wanted to open the floor if any of the panelists have any questions for each other. We can have a few minutes for that. So I'll just leave it open to anyone that wants to jump in.
I have a quick question for Dr. Reyes, if that's okay.
Yeah.
I think very, very recently you mentioned this concept of awareness. Is that right? Like, did you mean measuring climate awareness among
Okay.
participants?
when I mentioned awareness is that most Filipino psychologists are not really aware of their particular role in addressing climate change. Okay, so in the Philippines, environmental psychology is still an alien field. Okay, most are into clinical psychology, most are into other areas and fields. So there's just a few Filipino psychologists, okay, who really has an idea, what is our role in addressing climate crisis. So I think that is what I meant by awareness. Okay, so that's why the main goal of the special interest group is to raise awareness among mental health practitioners, okay, of our role, okay, in providing evidence-based data on the impact of climate change, and of course how we could curb behavior into addressing climate action and changing uh, ways or behaviors, okay, that practically would in their very own small way to address reducing carbon footprints, okay, recycling, okay, so something like that. And of course, we're moving towards convincing policymakers, okay, to look into this. So that is what I meant by awareness. The Filipino psychologists are completely not aware of what is our role, and even psychological research is not really into looking at the role that we could play in addressing climate action.
I don't think that is limited to the Philippines. I think that's a universally accepted challenge among not just mental health professionals, but among many professional groups, community groups. I think there is a bit of a, because it's such a broad concept that is so heavy, there can be a bit of overwhelm when it comes to navigating action, impact, how to use all this knowledge that we have. And this was brought up in our focus groups, I think, this concept of climate literacy and awareness, because it's so, it's so important to have that clarity and to even be able to speak about it, be comfortable with
True.
talking to others.
Even myself, at times I catch myself, or what can I do actually? Okay, what can I do personally? Not as a psychologist, but as a person, as a citizen of this of this world. Okay, what can I do to reduce my carbon footprint, or in my own special way? How could I help address or reduce the impact of climate change? So sometimes I get to be guilty as well in some of, because we're used to it. Okay, so we're used to certain behaviors that we're not aware that our particular behaviors actually may have a direct effect on what's happening to our climate.
Or we might be aware, but we just don't know how, or we just don't know what to do about it. And I think that was a crucial aspect of the resilience piece in our research. Climate action and being engaged is such an important strategy to enhance resilience. And I find that mostly youth they have the best ideas and most innovative. I don't know if you found that, Tasha, while doing the systematic review, if you, I think you mentioned positive coping strategies for emotions.
And I was going to echo, what you said about really important in taking a community lens and not just a theoretical one, especially when we're talking about youth, right? Because there is so much research to say that, youth are the ones that have been most bombarded with this awareness and this media. And there is a lot of studies out there to show that they are action oriented, and, their coping strategies aren't necessarily associated with de-emphasizing the issue, but rather meaning-based and problem-based and finding solutions. So I think the youth are definitely a key group in figuring out at least some of this.
Yeah, I agree. I think young people are right now, they say the kids are all right. And when you hear some conversations from young people about these things, that they're so passionate and action oriented that it gives me hope for the future. And I think engaging with them as best we can in this process to develop tools that can be used to better understand experiences, but also maybe to develop tools that can support psychologists or psychiatrists in understanding the process or the scope of the problem, but also how do we address it and work with people at an individual level to support their mental health and help everyone and our populations and planet to be more resilient to climate change. Because if everyone is so distressed beyond their ability to cope and be actionable, then we're not going to get anywhere with the climate crisis. So I just want to end there by thanking everyone so much for your time today. And we're going to end this formal presentation of the panel and open it up to the audience to ask any questions for us. Unfortunately,
Thank you so much, Kalisha, for that. And thank you again to all the panelists and for the really interesting discussions. We do have some questions from our participants. Thank you to everyone who shared ideas. And I think we will start with a question from Dr. Tim Tuccaro, which states that the survey instrument launched this year sounds exciting. Thank you. Are there any validity testing that where pop data can be used here? Are there any ICD codes? I'm not sure what CCMH is. Impacts, eco-anxiety, nostalgia, PTSD following weather, disaster, etc. Yeah, I think, Kalisha, did you want to address that?
Yeah, sure. Thanks so much, Tim, for that question. And I think, there's definitely some interest in our group with the MHCCA looking at Pop Data BC and kind of exploring how these different weather events impact mental health using ICD-9 and 10 codes and future ICD codes. But I think the measures that we're developing through this project, and I'm actually going to share my screen again quickly to plug our survey that we currently have. So we, Andrea discussed in that panel that we've done some focus groups with community to develop a measure around climate change, distress, and resilience. And so from those focus groups, we created a number of items that we're hoping to test to further refine down to some measures that can be used in questionnaire data. And potentially, I see another question here really asking about, are there measures that have been developed for clinical context? And I think that in the current, at least from my understanding, in the current ICD codes, that there isn't anything specifically around mental health and climate change. Not that we can't link them, like different climate events and how they might affect people's mental health based on the current codes we have for things like depression and mood disorders and a number of those things. But not to say that these measures that we're developing and that others have developed before us can't be used in a clinical setting to better understand how people are dealing with climate change and the level of distress that climate change is having in their life, as well as how they're coping and kind of the resilience piece as well, I think is important. So I think that these measures, obviously they're important for better understanding the scope of the problem, but also can be used in a clinical context. And then I also just want to quickly touch on, I think, is it Ines question around, different cultures and experiences. And I think we, as part of this process, really wanted to try and make these measures as inclusive as possible by really trying to avoid the language of climate change as much as possible, knowing that sometimes this language is quite polarizing and can be quite political. And maybe not everyone, really sees themselves in those items that are specifically about climate change. So really trying to talk more broadly about the environment and different events. And so I think that these are really great points, and that as we work with folks like Dr. Reyes and others who are doing this work globally, I think it's really important to further expand the vocabulary that we're using and making sure that these measures are inclusive, not just to folks here in Canada, but across the world. So I really appreciate those questions.
Yeah, and thank you, Kalisha. That's it reflects what I was going to say as well, really well. And just to perhaps add a little bit to that, or build on it, is the fact that this is really foundational work. It's so important to have a strong understanding that is community-based initially. And like Kalisha said, that can then be tailored to different contexts and different professional backgrounds and different, strategies depending on the angle in which we are operating. So the ICD codes, we don't yet have that, but there is a lot of discourse right now among mental health professionals and researchers discussing that, the fact that, what do we do as clinicians? How do we diagnose? What do we do with those diagnoses? And that's how it starts. It starts by first having one instrument that can then be adapted and validated in different contexts. And also to say that it is through collaboration, and Kalisha mentioned on that we do that. For example, we already kind of started talking about perhaps validating surveys like these in the Filipino context, for example, just to see what kind of hurdles we would encounter there, or what kind of different perspectives. When it comes to Ines's question, if there are other perspectives, or what language to use in different parts of the world, or how do other people see these things, I've noticed in the literature, because climate anxiety and because these mental health concerns can be so contextual and so different and so complex, people have started using this term climate emotions, which refers more to the existential aspect perhaps of some of these issues, and it's more all inclusive, and yeah, I think there's a lot of catalyzing activity that is going on right now that will set the tone for what will come next, and hopefully soon we will have those measuring items. Personally, I can't wait for an ICD code to focus on specifically on climate anxiety, because it is quite different from generalized anxiety disorders, and so we shall see. That usually takes a while, so fingers crossed. I don't know if Tasha, did you have anything to add to any of the questions answered? I think there was
No, I was gonna touch on, there was a question from an anonymous question asker about including any studies in other languages. So I was just going to touch on that real quick, in that in our inclusion exclusion criteria for our systematic review, we utilized studies in English, be it maybe they were translated and at our point of access in English. So we didn't engage in any translation, but definitely just echoing what you both said, right? A more global perspective, and definitely something that can be done in the future, and needs to be. Yeah.
And I think even speaking of global perspective, I'm reading the comments from the chat feature, and Tim also mentioned that perhaps even the way we look at the main cause of these emotions and these issues is global change, more politically palatable than climate change. Whether politically or not, based on what we found in our focus groups as well, one of my perspectives is that indeed it's so much broader, and climate change is much related to power dynamics and what's happening in the world in general. And that view, I think, was shared by quite a few focus group participants. So yeah, maybe looking at the language that we use to describe many things in this context is also worth pursuing. So thank you, Tim, for that. Not just from a geographical perspective, but from other thematic perspectives too. There is also a question from Linda here. Do we have a sense of youth's baseline emotional literacy, i.e. how well they identify emotions they are feeling and how well they identify the source of those feelings? I think that was mainly a question for Tasha, perhaps.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the big things that we saw in the literature, right, is even maybe this exploration with youth is maybe one step behind with those older populations, because we're still seeing that maybe operationalizing these concepts and these emotions is going to be different in youth than in adults. So from our research, I can't say that we found any type of baseline of emotional literacy. I think that's still something like in our recommendation that needs to be explored around engaging in more direct contact focus groups, cognitive interviews with youth to really define, what do they identify worry as concern in regards to climate change.
Yeah, and just maybe to expand on that, it's, I agree with everything you said. And I also wanted to add, maybe it's not just youth with baseline emotional literacy that we should explore. I think that applies to a lot of age groups too. Even for myself, I actually just bought a pillow that has like an emotional wheel, and there's a lot of emotions that I didn't know or I couldn't pinpoint before, and it's this whole field that I didn't know existed even. So climate literacy, emotional literacy, or those two together, climate emotions literacy could be another topic to explore in general, which is really important for a lot of aspects. Sabrina mentioned that. Oh, sorry.
I'm also just seeing Sabrina's comment around thinking specifically around Indigenous youth and their concentric concepts of ecology. And I think this is really important and something that came up during our focus groups, we did a kind of item ranking survey to understand, based on the focus groups, what items people thought were important, and based on some of the definitions that Andrea went over in her presentation. And one of the things that came out of that is kind of needing specific measures and understandings that are for Indigenous folks that have that strong connection to the land, and how it's felt differently in kind of especially around grief and loss when we think about climate change. And so I think there's definitely a need and a gap for understanding those specific experiences, definitely. So thank you for raising that, Sabrina.
Yeah, it's very, very much cultural. I think cultural survival is very tightly related to these concerns amongst Indigenous communities as well. And it can be so much more difficult to navigate that sphere of mental health and climate emotions. And hopefully, we'll have more research in that space as well. Tim also mentioned that for ICD codes, it usually is a 10-year cycle to make changes. Indeed, it's a very long process, but that's how we start. And considering the attention these questions have received in the last few years, perhaps, we might get some answers sooner rather than later. I think there was a question about whether we can collaborate. Can we collaborate with the panelists on publications or join? I mean, yeah, that's what this summit is all about, or part of what it's all about. It's to bring people together and learn about different efforts and how we can work together and collaborate to forward this field. And absolutely. So feel free to reach out. That's why we also have that Slido. So we're putting my moderator hat on. We have the Slido chat rooms for networking primarily. It's a bit more interactive, and feel free to use it, make the most of it, and create connections, global ones. I don't know if we have any other questions. Linda has asked if we know if rural versus urban people have a different connection to the land and a different view and resilience regarding climate change. Would anyone like to take that? I could try as well. I can start. Thank you, Linda, for the question. When it comes to rurality or this population density concept, not entirely. There is research. I actually looked into it. There is research suggesting that there are differences in perspectives. I think that's more related to maybe the context, the background, the occupation. So there is a whole field in climate change and mental health focusing on farmers, for example, or those working in occupations that are very reliant on the land. So these people are reliant on the environment for their livelihoods, lifestyle. It's again very much cultural. And yes, there is a difference. There is research suggesting that, for example, farmers are experiencing a disproportionate burden of mental health issues when it comes to climate change because of these worries. It's also, you can think about transitions that a lot of the countries around the world are now implementing to achieve a reduction in carbon output, or carbon emissions. And so I guess those in rural areas might be more affected by these transitions and how the economy is changing. But again, regarding specifically rural versus urban, I can't think of specific studies right now, but that could be it. Or access to resources. I think a lot of our focus group, or one of the topics brought up in the research was, access to resources. When we touched on community resilience, like how do we equitably create a resource network that can help people when it comes to climate change, and how do we ensure access? How do we facilitate that? So maybe in rural areas that might be a bit more difficult. For example, gaining access to mental health resources or clinicians or things like that. So yeah, it's important to explore for sure. Is there anything else you'd like to add, Tasha and Kalisha?
I was just going to say that I think this is a very important area of research. And another thing, given that this panel is about measuring climate change, distress, and resilience, is that we want to make sure that these measures are applicable and kind of measuring the same constructs for folks that live in urban and rural settings. And so one of the things that we'll do kind of in the next version of the survey, so keep your eyes out on our social media for multiple studies that are really trying to get at these measures, but we will do some what's called measurement invariance testing to make sure that folks of different geographical locations across Canada are kind of measuring that similarly. And I know that I thought I saw Kiffer was going to jump in maybe, because I know that this is something that we've kind of talked a lot about in the MHCCA around measuring these constructs across geographies. And it looks like Maggie put some information there in the chat. So thank you for that. And we'll definitely take a look.
Thank you. Yeah. So I'm just mindful of time. We have a couple of minutes left. And Linda followed up with a question about whether we think that those who have or still live close to the land and nature, though not Indigenous or not having a career dependent on the land, do they have a different view? Great question. And I guess that's how it's one of the ways maybe we'll use strategies like research efforts like surveys, trying to shed light on those questions. We don't yet know. I think there's still so much that we don't know about. We don't even know yet how to measure it properly, or we're trying to figure that out. So focusing on specific populations definitely will be worth exploring. That's how we get a baseline at least. But I suspect they would have a different view just because they are witnessing more of these changes, right? Speaking for myself, we don't yet have research to draw broader conclusions, but I live in a rural area, and if I see anything that damages the environment, that can have a pretty heavy emotional impact, and not just on me, but my community as well. So definitely, yeah, we'll have to focus on that. And Zach mentioned there are quite a few different terms and constructs now floating around the literature. Has there been research into determining which are the preferred terms among youth? Terms about climate anxiety, or I'm not entirely sure, or emotions in general, if you would like to clarify, Zach.
I wonder if Tasha, maybe you wanted to jump in and just talk about some of the work that you're going to be doing with young people. I know that your research team is kind of moving this area of research forward from your systematic review, and kind of any initial findings or hypotheses from that work.
Yeah, so again, like from the systematic review, we saw worry and concern were the main emotions that were really looked at with youth. In terms of the difference between eco-anxiety, climate distress, and solastalgia, I see that Zachary had confirmed that. From our systematic review, obviously we didn't see, what's preferred. These are a lot of terms that are used in the media, right? And that we do see used by youth and other groups. But yeah, we are working towards, speaking with young people, engaging with young people to actually find out what do these things mean to them, not just the emotions, but how labeling this phenomena. But we're just not there yet. So yeah. In terms of knowing, what the preferences are and whatnot.
Thank you so much, Tasha. I'm just looking at time. Sadly, we won't be able to take any more questions at this point, but feel free to reach out to the panelists, and ask more, use the Slido as well to ask more questions. And yeah, thank you so much for all your insightful questions. And to the panelists as well, thank you so much for your presentations. Okay, I will be sharing my screen in a second. Looking at the next item on the agenda, we will be moving forward, and I'm pleased to announce the start of our second poster session. Okay, can you see my screen? Yeah. Okay, so for the next 30 minutes, we'll also have the opportunity to explore the posters that we started exploring yesterday. And they can all be accessed on the Summit webpage. As I mentioned before, I added a QR code on here in case it's easier to go to Slido and start, the communication. And just to show you, when you go to the macca.ca/summit, if you scroll down on the page, you will eventually get to the virtual poster session. All the posters are on here, and if you click on each link, that should take you to each presentation. And as I mentioned yesterday as well, we have a variety of really fascinating presentations. And I can say a few things for those who are joining us today for the first time. We have Faith in Communities by Blair Nelson, Reconnection to Nature, the Key to Increasing Health, Sustainable Behavior and Reducing Climate Change by Rita Trombin. Elisa Sykes-Smith has two really interesting presentations called Subsidium Structurae and Canopy of Thoughts. We have a presentation by Pranav Jayaraman called Can Prior Flood Exposure Mitigate Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Risk Among Minoritized Communities After Hurricane Harvey? Paritosh Joshi will present Socioeconomic Status, Climate Change and Mental Health, an Interdisciplinary Perspective. Sandra Smiley has a poster titled Managing Climate Anxiety and Distress in Primary Care. So, related to the question earlier about if there's any strategies in the clinical setting. And this is a review of the literature. John Rhodes and his team, Jamie Blakely Glover, Alan Taylor, and Andy Miller will present vivid imagery, emotions, values to change belief, and amplify motivation, which is a case study using functional imagery training, coaching, and climate coaching. Linda Aspey, Catherine Jackson, Diane Parker, and Andy Miller will be presenting Holding the Hope, the role of talking therapies in the face of climate change, emergent thinking from the PSI professionals. Really interesting. So I invite you to explore, discuss, and we will be back in about 30 minutes. Thank you so much for your input, and enjoy. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. And thank you so much for participating in the virtual poster session. We will now move on to our next presentation. A warm welcome back to our next speaker, Lillian Barraclough. She co-led a really inspiring panel discussion yesterday on how climate emotions impact young climate justice organizers. And today, she will be expanding on her valuable insights with another presentation called Examining the Experiences of Politically Active Youth in Mi'kmaq with Climate Grief. I'm sorry if I butchered that word, and I will hand over to Lillian, but just before we start the presentation, and for our participants today who were unable to join Lillian's discussion yesterday, I just wanted to provide a brief introduction. So Lillian holds a Master of Environmental Studies from Dalhousie University, and she's a longtime youth climate justice advocate. She will speak to the experiences of politically active youth, and she will share interview results in our created. I'm not sure this is still relevant to today's discussion, but hopefully, yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing your talk, and I will hand it over to you, Lillian. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much for that introduction, Andrea. And good morning or afternoon, everyone. As Andrea mentioned, my name is Lily Barraclough, and I'm a recent graduate from Dalhousie University with my Master of Environmental Studies. And I'm presenting to you today from the unceded and unsurrendered territory of the Mi'kmaq here in Halifax, Nova Scotia. And my research is looking specifically at the experiences of politically active youth here in Mi'kmaq. And part of my land acknowledgement today, I also want to note that with my research, I really aimed to take a decolonized perspective. And part of that was using the traditional names for the land and geographical delineations for territory versus the colonial territory. And so I focused entirely on looking through the lens of youth located in Mi'kmaq and encourage them to learn about where they live to determine if that was indeed within Mi'kmaq. And I'll be presenting hopefully on different aspects of my thesis research today. So for those of you who saw the panel yesterday, I'm going to focus on some other aspects today, but I want to start off by noting that my research was a part of a larger national level research project that was co-led by Dr. Melanie Zerba, my advisor at Dalhousie University, and Professor Erica Mindritsky from Nova Scotia College of Art and Design, who were looking at creating vocabularies and rituals for climate grief through multiple knowledge systems and the artistic process, and really drew on a lot of different disciplines, including the social sciences, which is more where I focus, ecology, fine arts, history, as well as Indigenous studies. Right now there's actually an art exhibit here in Halifax called The Worried Earth. So I encourage you to take a look at that afterwards. I can share a link in the chat after my presentation. I'll go very briefly through a little introduction, as it's really building on everything we've heard here today and yesterday, that evidently the climate crisis leads to mental and physical health risks, and youth in particular are more likely to experience adverse mental health impacts due to climate change, not only from being those who are going to continue to experience the worst impacts of the climate crisis as it progresses, but also from being at the forefront of many climate and social justice movements around the world, which leads to many intensified feelings of climate grief. In addition, youth live experiences of their identities and any marginalization or oppression that they face, whether that be from living in a community that is more impacted by environmental violence or injustice, or facing a lot of personal challenges in their lives, it directly influence how they experience climate grief. The objectives of my research were to identify the vocabularies and rituals politically active youth use to describe their emotional responses to climate change. And I won't touch too much on this today because this is more where I focused yesterday during the panel, but happy to answer any questions about it as well. The second was to explore how learning processes and outcomes relating to climate grief affect the motivations of politically active youth, and primarily what drew them to becoming politically active. And the third is to look at the more broad implications between experiences of political activism and feelings of climate grief and how the two influence each other. The two main theories that I engaged throughout my research were transformative learning theory and social movement learning theory. And transformative learning theory investigates the turning points and learning processes that led the youth to becoming politically active, identifying what their upbringing and worldviews were as children, and as well, and what events or new knowledge that they gained led to their worldview expanding to encompass climate change and all the relating injustices, and how that then led them to becoming politically active. And I'll touch on this more later, but in terms of turning point, it's often thought to be some large event, some catastrophic thing that drastically shifts perspective, but it also can be something that happens progressively over a long period of time. And some criticisms of transformative learning theory note that it neglects to include or consider the effects of societal oppression or marginalization on the learning processes of individuals, as well as the community aspects, as it's a very individualized theory. So I aim to counteract that by also working with social movement learning theory, which examines how interactions between individuals within communities, particularly within social movements, encourages learning by activists. And particularly, I think this is important in looking at the experiences of politically active youth, as for many, their understanding of the climate crisis and connected experiences of injustice were dramatically developed through their engagement within the movement. And throughout the entirety of my research, I employed the critical reflexivity methodological framework in which I ensured that I was constantly critically reflecting on my own positionality as someone who has been involved in the youth climate movement for many years. I have a lot of inside connections with other youth, especially in this region of the country, as I have lived in and on the East Coast for the past 6 or 7 years, in which a lot of my activism took place. And I have a lot of connections with my participants in terms of sharing the same age range as a fellow young person, which of course brings many strengths, as we spoke to in the panel yesterday, as well as being someone who is a member of the queer community, and many of my participants identified likewise. But at the same time, there are experiences that I don't share with participants. And so ensuring that I'm constantly taking a fair approach to the research and looking at how my positionality affects the research throughout all stages. My participants were youth ages 12 through 29 who either grew up or live currently in Mi'kma'ki and identified as being politically active in some way relating to climate change. And my participants all took part in individual interviews, and there are all 20 of them. And the individual interviews primarily delved into their learning experiences to really bring in the transformative learning theory and understand what moments in their lives really led them to becoming politically active, and how those connected to their experiences of grief and anxiety. In addition, I worked with a local poet here in Halifax, Katie Feltmate, to develop a poetry workshop which guided participants through prompts to write poetry relating to their experience with climate grief in a communal setting. So there was the opportunity for them to read out their poetry and share their experiences and reflections with other youth participants, followed by a focus group to go into more depth as to their experience in the poetry workshop, how it helped them whether it helped them process any of their climate grief, how it felt to talk about it with other people. And then I also had some participants submit individual pieces of art, many of which were visual art, which I'll show in just a moment, and did some individual art interviews with them to have the chance for them to explain how their artwork connected to their experiences of climate grief. These are two pieces of art that were submitted by a participant, the same participant. The first on the left of your screen is one that looks at the contrast and illustrates the contrast between where they hope will go in terms of returning to good relations and connection with nature and prospering in our communities, but the fact that we're also walking the thin line of potentially heading towards extinction and threats to the safety and well-being of humanity, as well as the other species that we share this planet with. And the second there on the right, it was one that they created in direct reflection to the COVID-19 pandemic, in which they focused on the fact that humans often think ourselves as completely separate from nature, but in reality, our actions that cause destruction to nature and other species can in turn do impact our mental and physical well-being. And I wanted to delve into as well a bit more of that social movement learning component. So not only did I host the poetry workshop, which provided the opportunity for kind of that group learning experience and collective ritual, but I also had a participant that brought a wonderful piece of collective art they created with a group of their peers as their art submission, which really tied in nicely and a direct example of social movement learning theory. This participant was a former international student from Japan who's now living in Nova Scotia, who had gone together with a bunch of their peers who are also international students who wanted to learn more about the history of the land here in Mi'kma'ki and understanding the past and current injustices facing Indigenous as well as African Nova Scotian communities. And they created group Ripples to Waves. So, and they had a first learning experience where they went to the Africville Museum, and for context, for those of you who are unfamiliar with the history of Africville, it used to be a primarily African Nova Scotian community right down by the harbor in Halifax that was in which all of the residents were forcibly relocated to elsewhere within the city and lost a lot of their community, as well as lost their claim to land. And there was a lot of cultural and physical harm to many. And so they went and they did a workshop with a former Africville resident to learn about the history of Africville and racism in Halifax. And following the workshop, they used a collective painting exercise as a chance to reflect on their experience as well as debrief with each other and kind of move forward in their learning process and understanding their relationship to the history here and focus on how they can use that new understanding to then make change and move towards action. So in transformative learning theory, one of the main pieces is understanding, where the learning journey began around climate change. And for many, they were first introduced to the climate crisis in school projects or by growing up with environmentally conscious parents or friends. Many, they became aware because their peers started participating in climate strikes or other actions. And so to join in and be a part of the community, they started to learn about it as well. Others, they were primarily introduced to it through social media or directly experiencing the impacts of the climate crisis. And then there's looking at that turning point of what really spurred them to becoming politically active. And for many, these were participating in events or actions or being involved in leadership experiences that then they learned how the social justice issues they were involved with were connected to climate change. I wanted to share a quote from one participant that really speaks to that early introduction to the drastic impacts of the climate crisis. I was in grade 3 and we had to do a project on an animal we really liked. and mine at the time were polar bears. And then I started learning about the big hole in the ozone layer and the ice caps were melting, and I got really sad about this. I can't even remember crying. I even remember crying when I had to present it and I had to stop my presentation. So for some, these experiences of immense grief and sadness started at a very young age. And as I mentioned, for many, their turning point was being involved in volunteer work or social justice issues, and then being aware of the intersections with the climate crisis, or losing a significant landscape or place to them or species they were fond of, empathizing with their friends' climate anxiety or grief, and learning more about it themselves, learning just how little was being done to combat the crisis, or directly experiencing the impacts. So all in all, the experiences that participants had within the social movements of learning from others, their own transformative learning experiences, and their personal intersectional lived experiences all led towards their political activism and connected to their experiences of climate grief as well. So I know I'm running short on time, but I just wanted to end with that, and I'm really looking forward to answering any questions I can during this time, and I'll answer more in the chat afterwards as well.
Thank you so much, Lily. Incredibly powerful and important work. So thank you for sharing that with us all. And it's inspiring, and there's no other word for it for me. So yeah, thank you for your work. And yeah, we invite participants to ask Lily questions regarding her work or experience or anything else you might like to know. So far, we don't have any questions. You had quite a few questions yesterday during the panel work.
Oh, I see one coming.
Oh, there you go.
Yes, I can definitely speak a little bit more to the turning points. It's a short time, it's a complex component. That looking at turning points of what led participants to becoming politically active is really trying to understand, what led them from being having just learned about climate change or understanding it to then doing something about it. And for many, it was more of a gradual process where they gradually understood more about the state of the planet and how that connected to their own experiences and that of their community, as well as other issues that they were passionate about. And then also learning more about the lack of action on climate change at a government level and global level. And so for many, that was a big component of it, or being really drawn into it through connections with their peers.
Yeah, thank you, Lily. Just being mindful of time. Sadly, we won't have time to go through more questions. However, I can see some more on there. You're more than welcome to reach out to Lily privately or on the platform and continue the conversations there. So I appreciate everyone's involvement, and we shall now move on to our next presentation. And it is my pleasure to introduce the next speaker, Urosh Raja. Her presentation is titled "Examining the Experiences of Politically." Oh, sorry. That was the previous conversation. I guess my mind is still on there. Her presentation is called "In Conversations with Climate Change: Frontline Challenges, Resilience, and Power." And just a brief introduction about Dr. Raja. She's an assistant professor at Loyola University in Chicago, and she will be presenting the results of assessing life story interviews with climate change professionals and activists, and what the reasons are for why these individuals chose to become engaged, and what are some of the challenges they face. So she will be discussing the implications of this research as well. So thank you so much for joining us, and I will pass it over to you.
Great. Thank you so much for that introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm calling in from Chicago, so I don't know where folks are, but my name is Aruj, and as the moderator indicated, I am an assistant professor at Loyola University Chicago. And before we start, I just really wanted to thank the session organizers and their vision in having a space like this to discuss mental health and climate change challenges and themes and research being done on this topic. One thing that we researchers and folks in academia have noted is that there are not spaces like this available for us. So it becomes very important to have this kind of space. And then I will just also say that privileging self-care, mental health of the climate change frontline, of whom many of us are part of, is a very disruptive act in itself, and it should be encouraged more. So before we start, I wanted to do a deep breathing exercise just because the issues that we are dealing with are very tough cognitively and behaviorally. So, wherever you are, just do this activity with me. I want you to close your eyes. I want you to breathe deeply, and in particular, reduce tension around your shoulders and neck area. We, especially women, carry a lot of tension in our neck and shoulder area. And just breathe, let's say for the next 30 seconds, just breathe deeply, and I'll let you know when to stop. Okay, and then we're just going to do a very quick exercise to help or reduce tension and anxiety as well. So I want you to open your eyes if you have them closed, and then this is a 5-stage process to just get you in a focused mind space. So it's a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 exercise. So note 5 things around you that you can see. So just look around you and note 5 things that you can see. Okay, and then note 4 things that you can hear. Okay, and then 3 things you can touch. Okay, and then 2 things you can smell. And then 1 thing you can imagine. So it's essentially a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 activity. And the goal of it is to just have us focused and be present in the moment as we sort of go through my presentation. Okay, so hopefully that sort of put everyone in a more focused and more concentrated mindset. So I'm going to go through my presentation pretty quickly. I'm hoping that we'll have some time for Q&A and some time for discussion. Okay, so my research begins with this assumption that we all hold, that there are big environmental problems. Most of these are human caused, and they are only increasing in frequency, intensity, and duration. So we live in the age of the Anthropocene. We need to embrace this, and this is a key part of the problem that we're facing today. We know that any solutions will feature humans. We know that engagement in the United States with environmental problems is historically low. So we have evidence from polls which shows that the care that the American public has around climate change issues is around 1/3 of the general population. The good news is that is increasing to about 1/4 of the US population, but still we are seeing that engagement fluctuates immensely and often tracks with the political rhythms of the society and of the issues that we find ourselves facing. We know that in this backdrop, there exist people who I call the climate change frontline, who other researchers have called as the climate change frontline. And these are folks that volunteer, work, and study about ways to shift the needle on climate change. And they can be climate activists, they can be climate volunteers, they can be scientists, they can be social scientists, they can be artists, they can be students. It's a pretty broad spectrum. And really, this is where my research begins. And just a couple of observations, and these observations are based on the existing literature. The first observation that I've noticed is that most of this research focuses on younger participants with less attention paid to biologically older participants. And this is a really interesting gap in the research because a lot of these folks who are, I would say, older than the populations that we study are often in gatekeeping positions of power within the collective action space, and thus have important lessons to share. And often researchers and other folks just are not willing to listen. The other key aspect of the research is that we just need more information on the formative social psychological influences that shape the decision of such persons to become highly engaged. We just don't know enough about why people choose to become engaged and then the life cycle of the challenges that they face. And this information is really essential to glean if scholars, policymakers, and educators want to continue to cultivate a current and future engaged citizenry. Okay, and so the climate frontline, or the highly engaged, are those who, again, are committed to action on climate change and will be instrumental in shifting the needle away from climate change catastrophe. So the research that I want to talk to you about today is very exploratory. Like I said, a beginning premise is that we just don't know a lot about this population. Often in the United States, we really focus on the disengaged and not the engaged. And so my research is really trying to make the case that we actually need to be learning more from people who are already engaged and look at some of the challenges that they are facing. So the research I'm talking about takes on a very exploratory perspective. And one of the other things that we see with the climate change frontline is they are the victims of, or I shouldn't say victims, I should say survivors of the tragedy of the commons, right? So if you've taken any econ theory, you know that the tragedy of the commons is this idea that people act for their own interests at the loss of the collective. And it really falls on the climate change frontline to really think about the collective and how they can advance the quality of being in this society for the collective. And when I say the collective, I just mean all of us. So the research that I'll be talking about today takes a life story approach. Life course to date is this idea that the participant guides the research. They talk about their own experiences. You, as the researcher, are just a fly on the wall, and you are there to listen and report and interpret with their grace and with their acknowledgement and with their participation. So the study sample that I looked at was about 33 individuals who were highly, highly engaged. They were engaged an average of 91 hours a month, which you can see is a very high level of engagement. So these folks were running climate organizations. These folks were, doing climate actions or doing climate solution making full time, most of them. And you see the gender breakdown, the racial breakdown, and the total sample size was 33. And these are individuals primarily that are working in the United States. So what are the challenges that they came up with? Really, the research revealed, and I like to use this infographic, that there were really two key challenges that folks talked about. So they were external challenges, which is this outline half of the pie, and then there were internal challenges, and the squiggly line is just showing that the spectrum was actually very fluid, and there was a lot of overlap and going back between external and internal, and a lot of overlap between challenges. So when I am talking about external crises, some of the ones that were mentioned was environmental racism. A lot of the sample talked about how environmental racism itself as a problem is actually affecting everyone, regardless of your identity bracket. And it is something that's trickling down. Within environmental racism, we're also seeing how climate impacts are being allocated by class, economic status, financial status, and other mosaics of identity that are being impacted. The other thing that folks talked about is just the definitions that we use around language about climate issues, this idea of equality and equity, the difference between equality and equity, and thinking beyond equality and equity, really thinking about inequality, access to resources, access to ways of solving climate issues, looking at how the effects of the problems will impact the people who are on the margins and people who are not historically at the table of decision making, and how they reconcile these issues as they're doing this work, as both people who are living in these systems, but also people who are trying actively to disrupt these systems and to get better solutions for everyone. And then really quickly, they talked about internal issues. And the quote that I think best summed up what folks expressed was one that Aldo Leopold wrote in 1949 in the Sand County Almanac, that one of the penalties of an ecological education is that one lives alone in a world of wounds. So this idea of a world of wounds where people were expressing that it is, let me be specific, the people making up the climate frontline were expressing how difficult it is to at once be hopeful while doing this work, but at the same time looking at the environments that people grew up in, deteriorating and dying, and then seeing the lack of urgency to address some of these issues. The other sort of internal challenges folks spoke about were really the entire gambit, right? Financial challenges, this work is not well compensated, emotional challenges, some of the work that has to be put in, the labor, the social capital that has to be invested into doing this work. And some of these people were not doing this full time, but were doing this in a volunteer capacity. So how they had to navigate professional and personal responsibilities, mental challenges, health challenges, and legal challenges. So some of the key takeaways that came about from the interviews was that there are multiple and intersecting challenges, that squiggly line that I shared in the beginning. There is a lack of awareness of challenges unique to the field by sort of your own support networks, by professionals, by folks in the society that we live in. The other issue that is really real is the lack of resources, financial, mental, emotional, legal. So looking at all of these and seeing that there really is no support systems in place for these folks. And then also a recognition that people that are doing this work, there is a high burnout rate for doing this work, but there is this idea of innovating from the ground up. People have been very successful in sort of jerry-rigging solutions to support networks. And I see I'm out of time, so I'm just going to quickly go through the last two slides. The limitations of the current research were that, again, this is exploratory, not representative. And sort of the key takeaway from the research that we're doing is that the climate frontline matters. Their voice needs support, matters. They're highly resilient, but they should be prioritized in discussions going forth. And so I'd love to move the conversation forward. There's my email, Twitter handle, and this research would not have been possible without Dr. Amanda Carrico, the National Science Foundation, and support from my university. So last words, thank you and be well. And I look forward to engaging.
Thank you so much, Uraj. Such important work. And I think there's so much talk about resilience, like you mentioned, amongst people who are at the front line and putting in so much effort and work and invest so much of themselves, but yeah, not enough about what they have to navigate throughout this process and what it entails, really. So thank you. We appreciate you sharing your work with us. There was a comment. I haven't seen questions yet, but there was a comment from Katie that states that in my effort to drop militarized language, I prefer to use climate workers or climate labor. Not perfect, but something. Yeah, I guess language around this field is important as well. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so Andrea, where's the question? I'm not seeing it on my end. Maybe to everyone. So I'm not.
I think it was in a different. It was in a different section. One second.
Okay.
But yeah, I think it was placed in a different section, but sure. That was for Lily, sorry.
Okay.
But I guess they're both quite, it was a nice transition, they're complementary. There was a question from Sabrina. she's curious if a challenge arises from movement toxicity or call-out culture within the climate justice front lines.
Yeah, so Andrea, would you mind just popping the question in the chat? I need to see the question in order to respond to it.
Yeah, it's
So Andrea, you froze on my end, so I don't know if I'm frozen or you froze.
Hi, folks. It looks like maybe Andrea has frozen or been knocked off. So
Okay.
Hopefully I can step in. I know that we've had wonderful facilitation, and I'm not usually wanting to be the frontline person. So I don't have the question that she asked. But
Yes,
if anybody does have a question, please use the question and answer function, just because in the other one, it's very hard for us to manage, for us to see all these questions scrolling around. The Zoom feature isn't the best way to facilitate these conversations. But Andrea is back, it seems like, so hopefully we can pick up there. I know that we are just running a few minutes behind on the schedule, but yeah, maybe if there's one more question for.
So Kiefer, I do see that Sabrina put her question into chat, and her question is, I'm curious if a challenge arises about movement toxicity call out culture within the climate justice front lines. So Sabrina, I would basically need a little bit more clarity in how you're defining movement toxicity, because we as academics have different terms for any sort of movement, infiltration, toxicity, culture, anything like that. But what we are seeing, and I don't know if this gets at your question, is that within the movement culture with the climate, so infighting within the same movement or organizing group. Yes, so we are seeing this sort of competition between movements to be able to secure funding. Like, one thing that we're seeing is that there's really a lot of funds right now for movement work around climate issues. So a lot of movements have to really toe the line between, are we doing our own form of greenwashing, or are we actually making transformative change? And some movements and some groups have called each other out. But I think what's happening is that quality is rising to the surface. So we are seeing the folks that are doing innovative work, that are trying to really bring marginal voices to the center. They are getting access to resources, but the resources really are for political outcomes, not for nurturing and caretaking the folks that are on the front line. So there is a difference between what folks are funding and what's not being funded.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Uraj, and apologies, everyone. Tech issues, Zoom just crashed. So we really appreciate you sharing with us. And as Uraj mentioned, feel free to reach out to her if you have any more questions. And so we will move on, seeing that we're a bit behind on time. And it is my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Arden Henley, whose presentation is titled Notes from the Frontline of the Climate Crisis. And just a brief introduction for Arden. He's the Executive Director of the Green Technology Education Center, GTEC, which is an organization that aims to be at the forefront of solutions to the social and environmental challenges of our time. And he will be discussing just questions like, how could you have known so much and done so little? The presentation will examine different impacts of this crisis on the relationships and states of minds of people. So I will pass it over to you, Arden, and thank you so much for being with us today and sharing your work and thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, I'm with you. Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to sit by the fire with you this morning. To situate myself very briefly, my ancestors come from the border counties of England, Northumberland and Yorkshire. I'm a grandfather living in an urban center called Vancouver, situated on the unceded and ancestral homelands of the Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam peoples. I'm the executive director of the Green Technology Education Center, founded in 2017. GTEC's mission is to accelerate the shift to a just, resilient, and sustainable society using the powerful tools of community development and education. Prior to my work with GTEC, I was a family therapist for over 40 years, and after that, a counselor educator for over 20 years. I describe myself as a scholar practitioner, and beyond that, a social architect. From the perspective of the front line, and with deep respect for research, I want to raise several points with you today. The first is about the urgency of our present situation and its implications for the performance of research. The world of academic research has benefited from the affluence of the so-called developed nations and an increasing respect for science over several generations. Science itself has evolved during this period, including increasingly refined methodologies and enhanced data management and analysis powered by computers. We've had the luxury of working on getting our understanding of phenomena right before intervening in the complex world of individual lives and relationships. This fortunate era is coming to a close. I think we're going to experience an increasingly disrupted world, featuring more intense and frequent extreme weather events, intensifying global warming, heightened zoonotic transmission, and as a consequence, food insecurity, mass migration, widespread stranded assets, and of course, mental and emotional distress on a scale we have never experienced before. This is not an attempt to be prophetic. It is simply an extrapolation based on the findings of both the natural and social sciences. The adaptation that I think this requires of us is a shift in emphasis from a more purely scientific effort to get our understanding of phenomena right at the outset to the more messy and iterative work of assessing the efficacy of interventions as we go along. In the near-term future, the public health problems we will face are going to be too painful and too widespread to hold back from intervening. We will need more precise and sophisticated developmental evaluation focused research with the goal of evolving evidence-enhanced innovations. The second point I want to make is about the hidden cultural sources of individual mental health problems. What I mean by this is, yes, the climate crisis is evoking widespread emotional reactivity and increasing levels of mental health problems. But I want to suggest that the climate crisis itself is the result of a host of mental health problems that are deeply embedded in the cultures of so-called developing or colonizing nations. To focus, for example, on the immediate example of BC today, what kind of collective insanity is it, really, to come along, usurp the land upon which people have been living for thousands of years, willfully try to destroy their cultures, hack down the forests that sustain life and enable us to breathe, dump everything from effluent to rusted machinery in the water, all the while burning carbon willy-nilly. And even knowing all this, continuing mostly unabated to this day. The point is not to be negative or visit doom and gloom upon you. The point is to be scientifically precise. The mental health problems we are seeing in response to the climate crisis are further down the chain of causation than the sources of the problem. And if we fail to address the sources of the problem, we will simply, albeit inadvertently, be complicit in its reproduction. From this point of view, in colloquial terms, to not feel crazy under the present circumstances is crazy. The emotional reactivity that especially young people are experiencing is a perfectly natural response to a crisis that is being under-responded to by society. That, by the way, is one of the key findings of the 2021 Lancet study. This study showed wide-ranging emotional reactivity to the climate crisis among young people across 9 developed nations, based on their perception that decision makers are not addressing this crisis with the urgency that the scientific data warrants. The risk here is that we will busy ourselves engineering treatment protocols to ameliorate a phenomena, to ameliorate phenomena that are strictly speaking not clinical. Before we know it, Merck will be marketing Soma for the symptoms of eco-anxiety. By the way, I'm not saying do not help people who are distressed by the climate crisis. It is a question of clarity and emphasis. We need to apply ourselves equally to understanding the sources of the problem and not become amnesiac about the sources. We need, for example, to associate socio and economic factors such as income disparity with the degree of climate anxiety across populations. The next and final point I want to make is about a significant but often overlooked dimension of research. Psychotherapy research and its relatives, public health research and educational research, often focus on measuring the efficacy of methods and protocols as if they were the major source of variance. But psychotherapy research over the past 2 decades has shown that the major source of variance is service recipient's perception of the quality of her or his relationship with the therapist, as well as his or her perception of the extent to which interventions address the problems as she or he experiences them. The implication is that if we leave assessing the efficacy of the therapist's performance out of the equation, we will have missed accounting for the major piece of variance. Equally importantly, we will have omitted the most powerful way of improving our interventions. That is, by improving the therapist's performance, specifically by helping them to improve their relationship building skills and their capacity to discern the problem as service recipients experience it. Yes, we have to improve the quality of the programs we offer and the performance of the people who deliver the programs. There are numerous measures, for example, that Scott Miller and his colleagues have developed that assess therapeutic performance. Miller, Hubel, and Chow, recent book, Better Results Using Deliberate Practice to Improve Therapeutic Effectiveness, summarizes this work in a handy and accessible way. So to summarize, I have raised 3 issues today. 1, the urgency of responding to the climate crisis and the significance of iterative research in the evolution of interventions. 2, the upstream sources of the climate crisis. 3, the importance of including an evaluation of the performance of the intervener in research. In conclusion, thanks again for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Arden, for such an insightful presentation and for sharing with us your work. Much appreciated. And just to open the floor for questions, we sadly don't have much time because we're running behind, but if there's anyone who would like to ask Arden anything at this point, please let us know in the chat feature. Otherwise, if Arden is okay with that, perhaps our participants would like to reach out to you privately.
Sure, I'm certainly open to that and very aware that it's getting to be lunchtime.
Yes, thank you, Arden. Just moving forward to our next speaker. Just one question. Wonderful. Yeah, I was just trying to see. So yeah, I would like to extend our warmest welcome to Rita Trumbin, who will be delivering a presentation titled, "Is Your Nature Intake Enough?" A community-based quiz to promote health and biophilia. Rita is an environmental psychologist affiliated with University of Verona, Italy. Her work is centered around promoting the human bond with nature, which is key to sustainable behavior. Daily nature intake is essential for healthy and thriving communities. And I will pass it over to Rita for more information on that. Thank you so much for joining us and for sharing our work with us.
Thank you, everyone, for having me here. It's a pleasure to be here indeed. So as you said, I'm an environmental psychologist, and I developed this project along with another environmental psychologist, Ottavia Damian. And our project was about finding out whether people know how much nature is important for them, and we developed a funny tool to do it. So let's go and check it out. So first of all, it's important to mention about biophilia and about rediscovering it. As biophilia is a scientific concept, you might know, the word is from ancient Greek, where bio is life and philia is love. So biophilia is our ancestral love of life and anything that reminds us of it. So we are nature, we are part of nature. And this concept was firstly developed by psychoanalyst Erich Fromm in 1964, and then it was further developed by biologist Edward Wilson from Harvard University, who talked about biophilia as something biological as well as psychological. So biophilia is innate and psychobiological bond that binds us to the natural world, which we belong to. So biophilia has existed throughout our evolution, and it still exists in us today, but it must be preserved so that it also exists among future generations. So that means that if we don't nurture biophilia will atrophy. Imagine like any kind of relationship. If we don't nurture them, if we don't take care of them, the relationship gets weaker and weaker and weaker. So that's the same with nature. If we don't expose ourselves to nature, if we don't benefit from it, if we don't take care of it, will feel less and less attached to it, with the consequences that you can imagine. So nurturing biophilia is key for our well-being, but also for our for the future of the planet as well. So for a few moments, imagine that you are in the middle of a busy street. You can hardly hear the sound of cars. You can hardly see big buildings, concrete. You can smell pollution, and all around you, there is no nature. How do you feel in this environment? Now imagine that you are in the middle of a forest where you can smell trees, grass, flowers. You can hear the sound of birds, and the air is fresh and clean. You can see green, blue sky, colors of leaves and ground. How do you feel here instead? So imagine that in the first situation, you didn't feel so well. And in the second situation, you felt better, more connected to yourself and to nature as well, to your body, to your mind. But unfortunately, the first kind of environment is our typical environment where most of people in the world spend their daily life, so surrounded by artificial environments with lack of nature, so disconnected from it and disconnected from themselves as well. So respectively, these environments can stimulate and have an effect on our mind and body, a deep effect. So our environment influences us broadly. The environment has been considered as the main factor influencing our well-being and our health. Natural environment, built environment, social environment, more than genetic factors. Especially, it influences our psychological thoughts, well-being, way of thinking, our mental processes, our attention, but also our physiological reactions and processes within the body, as well as our affective and behavioral processes. So how we behave, our feelings, how we relate to each other. So the environment is quite powerful factor determining our life. So the genetic and innate connection we have with the natural world must be nurtured and preserved, as I said. Unfortunately, nowadays, children experience what is called nature deficits, which is basically due to the lack of exposure to nature they experience. So children nowadays don't have an opportunity to develop connection to nature, naturalistic intelligence, as well as biophilia. So an increasingly poor exposure to natural stimuli in children is weakening the benefits that nature has on their bodies and minds. As I said, the more we feel connected to nature, the more we'll be able to benefit from it. So to benefit from the powers of nature, to restore our mind, to reduce stress, to increase positive emotions, to increase pro-environmental behavior, pro-social behavior. So what we did during this event in Milan, organized by the Milano, it's called BAM, which stands for Library of Trees in Milan. Library of Trees is a 10-hectare public park in the municipality of Milan, in the center of Milan. And during this event, more than 6,000 people participated, benefit from a day of culture, nature, relaxation, with lots of fun and outdoor activities. which connected them to nature, to local culture, farmers market, etc. So during this event, we engage people in finding out with a very simple quiz, how much nature do they intake? Because we know from research that it is essential that we have nature contact every day. So as you know, now there have been lots of nature prescription programs all around the world. And we wanted to take this research down to the community and try to engage people with this game. So we also wanted to understand what was their awareness of their human bond with nature, so biophilia. Sorry.
Appartenere a una comunità di persone vuol dire
condividere gioie e dolori.
Incontrarci orizzontalmente anziché verticalmente.
Stando insieme, stando all'aperto e beneficiando di questo parco bellissimo. This was just to give you an idea of the vibes of the day. So this as well, this was our booth. That was the appointment with an environmental psychologist, namely myself. So as you could see, people were just talking about what it means to them being in a community, living together. So we engaged people in this quiz. And that's in Italian, but basically we showed them the nature intake they should take in order to feel well. So at least 20 hours a day of urban nature, at least 5 hours per month of semi-natural nature, and at least 3 days per year in a completely wild context. So this was obviously evidence-based, and we showed them what science says about nature prescription and nature intake. We also use this tree as a way to deliver the quiz. So we say, here we say nature intake is essential for everyday well-being. So do you know whether you take enough of it? So with just 6 questions, we took people to discover about biophilia and to discover whether their nature intake is enough according to the different kinds of nature types. And we engage them also with this kind of points system in order to play as well. So we found out that 60% of people do not take nature enough, 45% sufficient level, and 38% beyond the recommended dose. So we gave different kind of nature prescription according to the nature, to the profile they fit into. And that's important because the more we increase people-nature connection, the more we increase biophilia, so connection to nature, and the more it is possible to increase pro-social and pro-environmental behavior because we act from an emotional level, which drives people to take action and increases sustainability efforts around creating One Health of people, animals, and ecosystems. So thank you so much. Here are my contacts if you want to connect by email or through LinkedIn. I will be very happy if you do so. If you have any question, I'm available to answer. Thanks so much for having us here.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Rita. What a fascinating topic, and so needed, so much needed. So thank you for sharing your work with us and sharing the video. It was inspiring to see that as well. And I was wondering if anyone has any questions they would like to ask Rita at this point on Zoom. I think we have, let's see, in the Q&A section. I think that was for the last one. It doesn't appear that we have any questions at this point. But yeah, feel free to reach out to Rita, as she mentioned. And thank you so much again for being here with us today and sharing. And looking forward to hearing. Oh, maybe there is one.
Yeah,
Any educational.
Yeah, they do a lot of educational projects for different age types. So for children, for adults, for elderly, for young people. And this park is in the city center. So people, it's so nice to see people across all ages to connect in nature, to actually use nature in a sense of like really being surrounded by nature and finding a kind of outdoor home or gym or educational center. Like this park is quite used for any kind of activity. This is so nice to see people from different backgrounds as well, finding their activities across the program of BAM. If you go on BAM website, there is a section on the different kind of activities they have, which are free to citizens. And it's so great to see how beneficial it is for people, especially living in urban cities like Milan.
Thank you again, Rita. And yeah, we will be moving on, just being mindful of time. We are running a bit behind, but coming up next is a wellness break. Please feel free to take some time a few minutes to enjoy the break, stretch your legs, and we will be back at 12 with an amazing talk by a truly inspiring speaker, Dr. Tim Taquero, whom I will have the pleasure of introducing in a bit. So looking forward to seeing you after the break. Enjoy. Oh, and just one more note as I put on the screen, just a reminder, based on the panel discussion this morning, that we are trying to refine our survey that will help us measure climate distress and resilience. So we would really be grateful for further input from participants, anyone who would like to take the survey to help us refine these measurement items by taking the survey. So thank you. Put the information on the screen. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. It was a bit of a brief wellness break, but I hope you enjoyed it and took some time to relax. And I will be moving forward with our schedule. And I'm truly thrilled to introduce our keynote speaker for the MHCCA Summit, Dr. Tim Taquero, who will be sharing some reflections on climate action as therapy as part of his talk. Dr. Tim Taquero is a professor emeritus in the Faculty of Health Sciences at Simon Fraser University and a physician scientist trained in occupational and environmental medicine, public health, and toxicology. He's a highly influential climate activist, really a true symbol of climate activism among academics at least. And his current work primarily focuses on the health impacts of climate change. Thank you so much for being with us today. And I am very excited to hear your talk. So thank you, and I will pass it over to you, Dr. Taquero.
Thank you very much, Andrea. It's great to be with you, and I really appreciate the opportunity to talk about this. I will, hopefully you'll be seeing my screen there. Is that coming through?
Yes.
Good, but now I've lost it. All right, now. Great, so I'm going to talk about climate action as therapy. It's really more of a personal story than a science journey, but bear with me. First, I see that my slides are not changing. Let me try this. You see a fish? No.
Yes.
You do?
We do. We see the land acknowledgement slide.
Okay. I'm not sure why it's showing differently on mine, but I'll bear with it. So I'm on Qayqayt unceded territory, also known as New Westminster, and the Qayqayt cared for this land since time out of mind. The Fraser River, where they lived, had one of the largest salmon runs on the planet. That salmon run was maintained for thousands and thousands of years until settlers came. The Qayqayt were pushed off the land here in New Westminster with smallpox and other tactics, and the salmon population has since collapsed. I have some disclosures. I have gotten some money for climate change work, both through the CIHR and other funders. I've been a professor emeritus, and I've been a volunteer for Protect the Planet, Stop TMX. As a member of Protect the Planet, I was arrested for blocking the Trans Mountain Pipeline and sentenced for contempt of court. That was last year, and I served 3 weeks in jail in June of last year. I hope to cover a little bit of what is the evidence that climate action reduces eco-anxiety. And I apologize for the term. I recognize this is a term that's in flux. I'm going to tell my personal story of how I got here, because I hope that it is useful for folks who are contemplating climate action, and then finally at the end make a plug for what kind of climate action interventions should we be testing? I think, as points been made several times today, that we do need to understand better what we're measuring, and also what is the impact of interventions that we might be taking to address resilience and reduce the impacts of the mental health components of climate change. So there is this question about whether environmental distress reactions are even pathology. And I think several speakers have said already that this is a normal response to an existential threat. On the other hand, these symptoms can certainly be debilitating. And the last thing we need now are climate champions who are debilitated. Some psychiatrists and psychologists in the field call these psychoterratic syndromes. And they include under this eco-anxiety, solastalgia, and eco-paralysis. I would also include post-traumatic stress disorder, and probably some other diagnoses as well. There is some evidence that well-designed actions that mitigate greenhouse gas emissions and improve our adaptation are beneficial to mental health. I think that there is not a lot of strong evidence for this. And one complicating factor that I know many of the researchers here have thought about is that the surveys that we do are of people who are most interested, and maybe these are the people who are feeling the pain of the threats to the planet the most, and are therefore most motivated to do something about it. And that complicates some of the analytic efforts that have been made to date. So what is the evidence that climate action reduces eco-anxiety? I would say that the evidence is scant. But there are a lot of therapeutic options that have been tried, and there are whole societies now on that, and including this space that you have opened up here. And for that, I'm very grateful. There are clearly links between the stress of climate change and generalized anxiety disorder and major depression. That has been well shown. But the research and evidence for the most effective treatment, I would say, is scant. And I hope soon to catch up with Sandra Smiley and Montana Blum, who did a lit review. The poster was presented at this conference, and they refer to a small number of observational studies in their lit review. I would certainly want to get more details on this, and also plug for more rigorous controlled studies of interventions in climate anxiety, for example. So there are a few skills that are well accepted, I think, to build resilience in climate trauma. Certainly one of them is this presence of self-understanding about how trauma and stress affects the mind and body, and in particular, of course, your own, but also maybe that of your patients or colleagues. There is some benefit to developing skills, social support networks, and other resources, for example, resources used for calming, finding new meaning and purpose in life. And I appreciated the conversations about biophilia and also the benefits of nature, because I think that kind of environment does bring calming, and certainly for myself personally, new meaning and purpose. There are a lot of advantages to being up in a tree in the canopy with the birds and nobody else bothering you. It was a great place, for example, to be during COVID. There is also this need to accept the complexity of current world conditions and to commit to using your gifts to build resilience in other people and other members of the movement, but also perhaps more importantly, people who have not been reached by the climate movement, and also to preserve nature, because there is no doubt that green space is therapeutic. Certain types of green space better than others, certainly, but this need to preserve nature for certainly for our own enjoyment and that, but more importantly, for future generations to be able to have these areas of respite. They will become more and more valuable as unfortunately they shrink. So this is adopted from the American Psychiatry Association. The most effective method to reduce anxiety and depression and sustain hope in the face of the climate crisis is to engage in purposeful action within one's community and to take individual and collective action. This certainly includes reducing fossil fuel use, making our homes more efficient, and shifting to diets that are more plant-based. But it's very important to recognize that the fossil fuel industries are driving the current crisis with decades of disinformation. And this contribution by the fossil energy industries and their enablers in government far outweighs the individual contributions to the problem, and likewise the power of change that will be meaningful in terms of emissions reductions must come from the industry itself and government. The individual efforts will not be enough. So what is my ethical duty in the climate emergency as a public health physician? I asked this years ago, of course. We all in the profession took an oath to protect the health of people, and most of us swore to a duty of care that included accepting a share of the profession's responsibility to society in matters relating to public health, health education, environmental protection, and legislation affecting the well-being of the community. And this is from the CMA. Situations arise where health professionals have a moral obligation or this duty to care or necessity to care to respond to health injustices, including using civil disobedience as a last resort. So we can clearly see that action on climate change is required to protect public health. We know that Canada has largely stalled out on reducing greenhouse gas emissions, despite the imperative from global leaders like the UN Secretary General. Municipalities and nations across the globe, including ours, have declared climate emergencies, but emissions are not falling fast enough to meet the goals that we promised now, I'm sorry to say, more than 7 years ago. Even the Conservative American Medical Association says that when there is a conflict between the doctor's ethical duties and the law, ethical responsibilities usually exceed legal duties. And when physicians believe a law violates ethical values or is unjust, they should work to change the law, yes. But in exceptional circumstances of unjust laws, ethical responsibilities should supersede legal duties. Unfortunately, my judge did not adhere to the American Medical Association's Code of Medical Ethics. Climate impacts, as we all know, are the greatest injustice in the modern era. And this is because those with the smallest contribution to the problem face the greatest threats from climate impacts. Be this the unhoused on the downtown east side, or the farmers in Bangladesh who are flooded out every few years, or even more devastating recently in Pakistan. And to do this work in this difficult space of profound injustice, we stand on the shoulders of giants. And I take this quote from Martin Luther King because it really does help me in some of those dark days, especially. We must walk on in the days ahead with an audacious faith in the future. And we do indeed stand on the shoulders of giants. So actions to date have not been enough. We all know this. This just shows the inexorable increase in CO2 emissions. The reason this is a wavy line is because of seasonal difference in CO2. But you'll notice that this is an inexorable rise, even through the pandemic when there was a little reduction. It wasn't enough to overcome the inexorable rise. And it has led to disaster after disaster. So I would put climate today and the response or lack of response from government means that civil disobedience is justified. We know that the government is not responding adequately to climate change. And the example I will cite here is the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion, which will enable the expansion of the Alberta tar sands, which is a climate bomb. And Canada is willfully detonating it. You'll recall that the Trans Mountain Pipeline was authorized by Canada the day following a passage of a parliamentary declaration of national climate emergency. That's how duplicitous government is. I was involved in the process of reviewing the project from the get-go. We submitted 2 large reports, but I was not allowed to discuss climate considerations in my report of the health impacts of this project. The Harper government took that off the table. So the whole review process was rigged from the start. We even went to the Health Officers Council of British Columbia and got a resolution requesting an independent cumulative health impacts assessment, but this request was also denied. So I was at the end of my rope in August of 2020 when I went up into the trees. Here are some criteria outlined in an article in Lancet from 2019. And I would just put to you that these criteria were all fulfilled in the case of the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion project. And we certainly considered all of these before embarking on our civil disobedience. There's evidence that nonviolent civil disobedience is effective. And in fact, even the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has noted with high confidence that collective action connected to social movements plays a substantial role in pressuring governments to create new laws and policy for carbon emissions. And meta-analyses of social movements that are contesting fossil energies show that nonviolent civil disobedience contributes to success over and above other tactics of the movement. So I've been pleased to see some of this research being done in recent years, and it did help enable me to go into the trees to block. For 16 months, we were blocking construction at different places along the pipeline in my own backyard. This is in Burnaby. I rode my bicycle to work. We built a coalition with Indigenous allies. This is a super important component of working on the land here, especially in Coast Salish territory. We branched out and included physicians, youth movements, the Student Society, and many other coalitions, Community Nest Finding Network, Dogwood, the usual ENGOs, community, and built a movement. We built this tree house here on the left. We put up several other tree sits along the way. We had hundreds of people helping us. We had fun. This is my family out one day, and there's somebody who lost the wheels of the car right in front of the Trans Mountain Gate. I just don't know how that happened. And then we had help from all manner of beings, including the hummingbird, that in April of 2021 blocked the construction at Lost Creek for 4.5 months. And we built coalitions with other people. We had fun. This is one of the dinos. Unfortunately, 2 dinos were sent to jail just last week, but they will be out soon. This is a drawing from Sam, and Sam said this was Tim talking to salmon. And you'll see me up in the tree there. And some of us were arrested and eventually went to jail. This is Catherine. Catherine celebrated her 80th birthday in jail. And this is me being taken with the Community Industry Response Group, a militarized branch of the RCMP, which is heavily armed and well equipped, as you can see, for doing extractions. And this is the Brunette River 6, 6 of us who were sentenced to jail. And this is me coming out. And of course, you do come out, and I'm a very privileged position to be able to go to jail. I have a very supportive family, and I was not jeopardizing my future or the any income really. But not everyone, of course, has that luxury. And when you're considering climate action, these are some good ways to look at it. Find that intersection of the things that you're good at, those gifts that you bring, what needs to be done. There's so much to be done. You won't have any trouble filling that box. And then, you know, what feeds you? What is the aspect of climate action which you feel is most driving you. And the point, obviously, incarceration is not required. Why might climate action be therapeutic? Well, planned climate action can lead to opportunities to improve health, equity, and human rights. So it gives agency to people. And this agency is really key to mental health, as you all know. A very effective method to reduce anxiety and depression and sustain hope in the face of the climate crisis is to engage in purposeful action within one's community, and to take individual as well as collective action. Both are, I would put to you, therapeutic. CD is public and nonviolent action in breach of the law, and it is aimed at changing the law or policies of government. And it is an act of conscience, and participants accept possible punishment. And as I pointed out earlier, it is also effective. If you're not ready to sit in a tree, here are some other options. There is a great campaign that's from British Columbia called Sue Big Oil. And it's what it sounds like. Legally compelling industries to account for the costs of their operations to future generations, including their environmental destruction. Certainly, stronger fossil emissions reduction legislation, as is in the Green New Deal of Peter Julian's M1 in this parliament. There are human rights tribunals, for example, the Dutch and Filipino tribunal, that have successfully come out to point out the violation of human rights by oil and gas industry. And the fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty is another. Follow the money. Your bank may well be, if it's not Van City, may well be helping fund the climate crisis, and you should let them know. We've exposed many insurers, and 18 have dropped the Trudeau Trans Mountain Pipeline to date. Of course, there's blocking new fossil energy infrastructure with your body. And then a really important angle that I think is not well exploited yet is the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and that inherent protection of the planet through the rights of Indigenous peoples. As I mentioned, the Kikite who live where New Westminster is today were able to maintain a salmon fishery for thousands and thousands of years. They could have taken more. They had the wares and the technology to take many more fish, but they didn't, because they have this worldview that is a sustainable worldview. So I would say a major opportunity is considering Indigenous law, and there's good reason to do this. So as was reaffirmed at COP15, the biodiversity COP, nature is generally declining less rapidly in Indigenous peoples' lands, and it's because of their knowledge about protecting the planet. So I'm going to end there. I really appreciate the time to talk to you, and I hope there's some opportunity for exchange.
Oh, amazing. Thank you so much, Tim, for sharing your experiences and work and for raising awareness of the difficult and often unjust situations that activists have to navigate while advocating for what they believe in. Whenever I hear about your efforts and work, I just navigate so many thoughts and emotions, but it always it's always challenging and inspiring in new ways. So thank you for sharing. We're very grateful to hear about all that you do. And I will open up the floor for questions, Q&A from the audience. If anyone has any comments or thoughts for Tim. I think Sabrina mentioned that it's also important to support a federal Just Transition Act and call for meaningful implementation.
Yes, that's the M1 that was introduced by Peter Julian, who happens to be my MP here in the Qayqayt territory.
Yeah, and I always this idea of litigation and what's happening behind closed doors in courts and how people navigate these systems. I think there's a growing discourse around climate battles being carried out in courts and how important that is, especially even for mental health. There were a few articles recently highlighting that. And regarding literacy, I think we touched on that throughout the summit. There isn't that much literacy around how we can safely engage in climate action and what we would need to expect. And on both sides, I guess, climate activists as well as, litigators and whoever is involved in this court process.
Yes,
I think Sabrina. Sorry.
Just it's a very long process, as has been insinuated earlier today. The system is so outdated, that court system. My judge said to me, "Your environmental concerns are of no concern to this court." That's the BC Supreme Court. So there's a lot of education that needs to happen, and a lot of opportunities for change. And it is therapeutic to have a victory in court would really help a lot of people with climate anxiety, I think.
Yeah, I guess stories like that can really catalyze a lot of hope, because just from our own research and what we heard from others in the summit, like this perspective of the future, hope can get really drained when you don't hear about success stories or how people navigate these situations. So it's good for the mental health of climate activists as well as for the others who witness these experiences or hear about them. And that's kind of relevant to what Sabrina mentioned as well just now. I sometimes feel like my climate work helps me with my climate anxiety, but then I also feel exhausted thinking about climate change most of my day, every day, and I wish I could take a break, at least mentally. Have you seen this tension among organizers you've spoken to?
Absolutely. And we try to have a policy about that. It's individual whether a person respects the policy or not, but it is all of us, I bet, have a place that you have gone where you leave your cares behind. And for me, that is generally a stream. And fortunately, I have streams even right in Burnaby that I can go to, where it's a meditative space. There's nobody bothering me. And it is a chance to watch the ripples, watch a leaf blow, maybe see some animals even. If you sit long enough, the animals will come. This kind of taking a break is super important, because the movement is draining. And if you are consumed every day by it without respite, it's both mentally and physically exhausting. It cannot be good for health. We don't know this in a very scientific way, except to say that almost all of disease, chronic disease, which is related to inflammation, which is almost all disease, has a stress component. And so if you're stressed out about climate change 24/7, you're not treating your body well. You're increasing your risk of cardiovascular disease, you're increasing your risk of cognitive disabilities, you're increasing your risk of many chronic illnesses. So, find that place where, maybe it's not even truly in a natural place. Maybe it is watching a movie of a natural place, but I would recommend the natural place that you can go to unwind and to reflect and to find that peace that we all need to keep our stress level down.
Yeah, thank you again. I think that we could spend all day talking about this. I certainly would love to. Sadly, we have to carry on. Not sadly, we have a lot of exciting new presentations as well. But thank you so much, Tim, again. And yeah, looking forward to hearing more at another time. So we will be moving forward. Thank you. And our next speaker, I'm pleased to introduce our next speaker, Ainsley Klassen. She will be delivering a talk on the role of emotions in generating and sustaining climate action in youth climate champions in Northern Ontario. Ainsley is an MSc student at Lakehead University. Her presentation focuses on the lived experiences of climate change and climate action for youth climate champions. And I'll be passing over to her. Looking forward to hearing the presentation. Thank you so much, Ainsley.
Awesome, thanks. And I think this is actually a great follow-up to Tim's, so very well curated. My name is Ainsley and very happy to be here today sharing my research. I'm coming to you from the land often called Thunder Bay. This land is the ancestral and ongoing territory of the Fort William First Nation, signatory to the Robinson Superior Treaty of 1850. So today I'm presenting my thesis work undertaken as part of a Master of Health Sciences here at Lakehead University under the very wise supervision of Dr. Lindsay Galway. And this is work that I've undertaken as a person who is working to learn and act upon my responsibilities under the Superior Robinson Treaty, as an ancestor, a mother of 2 young children, and as a climate activist in my community. So we know that young people are maturing in an already climate altered world, and we know that the burden of disease globally attributed to mental health is also rising. Young people have contributed little to causing the climate crisis, yet are vulnerable to the impacts. And at the same time, the youth-led climate movement has been very unique in its global reach and engagement of young people. So although there's a lot of interest now in climate emotions and a long history of social movement work, there's little work at the intersection of climate emotions and climate action. And given the urgent need to narrow the climate action gap and limit temperature rise, my research works at that intersection to better understand how young climate champions across Northern Ontario are experiencing and responding to climate change. And this project is nested within a larger national research project led by Dr. Galway called Exploring the Lived Experiences of Climate Emotions in Rural, Remote, and Mid-sized Communities in Canada. So the overarching goals of this research is to explore whether and which emotions, supports, and experiences are generative and supportive of youth climate action for youth climate champions in Northern Ontario, with 3 smaller specific goals. First, to describe how participants are experiencing the mental, emotional, and spiritual dimensions of climate change. To explore the emotions, supports, and experiences that are motivating people to action, and also what opportunities are there to support ongoing youth engagement in climate action. So this research was situated in Northern Ontario, which is a region grappling with unique economic and political challenges that result in heightened vulnerability to climate impacts, and also present unique challenges to implementing and sustaining climate action. Throughout the pandemic, school closures in Ontario lasted longer than anywhere else in Canada. And during this time, young people in the province reported the greatest declines in mental well-being than of any other age group in the province. And my research focused specifically on the experiences of youth climate champions. And that was sort of defined as participants who were living in Northern Ontario, between the ages of 15 and 24 years and who self-identified as quote unquote engaged in climate action, which had been defined as being dedicated to idea and knowledge sharing, relationship building, and or innovative action in response to climate change. So how did I go about this? I recruited 12 participants, mainly through purposive sampling. I used a unique combination of interviews and asynchronous letter writing to collect data, which started in the spring of last year, 2022. I conducted 12 semi-structured one-on-one interviews through Zoom. And 1 week after their interview, participants were emailed a letter writing prompt describing or asking them to describe how you're feeling about climate change and your involvement with climate action work. They had lots of creative control over their letters. And folks were given the choice of submitting an electronic or a postal letter. And within 1 month, all 12 participants submitted a letter. So I had a 100% return rate. To analyze the data, I treated the interviews and the letters as a single data set. They were analyzed together. Inductive coding was used to organize the data, and thematic network analysis was used to understand and interpret the data. And today I'm going to share 2 of the global themes that I interpreted. Before I get to that, I just want to give a quick overview of the participants. Again, aging in range from 15 to 24. I only had 2 participants who identified as male or men, and the other 10 identified as women. 3 participants identified as First Nations. And you'll see a few of those names have asterisks besides them. Those indicate participants who lived in a community with a population greater than 75,000, which was significant in the findings. And in this research, there are, of course, a number of considerations to keep in mind. First, I missed a number of perspectives, either underrepresenting or missing completely. And given that participants self-identified as engaged in climate action, the type of engagement varied significantly. So 4 folks were actively engaged in organizing. 6 people had participated in at one point, or maybe a little bit here and there, and 2 folks had only participated in individual action. And then finally, of course, I am interpreting, restoring, and presenting the lived emotional experiences of young people through my own adult lens. So here's the 2 thematic networks I'm going to talk about today. The first one, climate emotions, and the second one we'll get to in a moment. So looking at the first thematic network, I had 5 organizing themes, starting with eco-anxiety. And so many emotions consistent with the concept of eco-anxiety emerged in the interviews and letters, not surprising. The most prominent emotions expressed were powerlessness, fear, anger, and sadness. And while hope was perceived as an important prerequisite to climate action, participants rarely spoke of actually feeling hopeful. And when they did feel hopeful, those feelings were related to witnessing others care about climate change or feeling embedded in a community. And expressions of empathy and care were also interwoven into the fabric of eco-anxiety. Participants also expressed sentiments of loss and grief, especially in their letters, which I think is a really interesting piece of the data collection methods to this work. There was tangible loss and grief expressed through direct statements of witnessed or anticipated loss and suffering of both humans and the beyond human world. There was also this intangible loss and grief that I really heard come through both in the interviews and the letters, particularly in the letters, that really appeared as an unnameable sentiment that things are not as they should be. There's not a welcome to the world. Expressions of intangible loss and grief were typically related to the decrease of existential security, a sense of betrayal, or a feeling simply that the world was failing young people. The overall texture of climate emotions was that they are vast and deeply entangled. Experiences of eco-anxiety were persistent and looming, often compounding with other stressors and shifting over time, very dynamic. Most participants experienced their climate emotions alone, rarely talking about them or sharing them with anyone. However, when I asked what kinds of supports, programs, or resources do or would help you cope with your feelings around climate change, 2/3 of participants highlighted the importance of talking with friends, family, peers, or therapists. Climate emotions were triggered in participants through 4 main pathways. The first, collective inaction, was most often related to government and corporate inaction, although peer inaction was also named. Systems of oppression, including systemic racism, colonization, and capitalism. Many participants felt triggered by tangible reminders, particularly half of participants were triggered by seeing litter on the ground, and some by driving a gas-powered vehicle. And climate information and messaging, often encountered through media and school, was also a noteworthy trigger of climate emotions. Participants tended to use a variety of different coping strategies, again, shifting between them as circumstances and emotions changed. Multiple participants were able to activate empowering thoughts and emotions, usually reframing the crisis in some way. Connecting with community and orienting towards solutions, most often through climate action, was another common coping mechanism. And finally, 8 participants talked about distancing or distracting themselves through different activities. And while participants were engaging in a variety of coping strategies, they also spoke about the ways in which climate emotions impacted their life decisions and daily functioning. So for some, decisions around post-secondary education and career path was highly influenced by growing up in the climate crisis. Many also reported lifestyle choices like being a vegetarian or a conscious consumer, and concentration and sleep were the most commonly reported functional impairments. And 4 participants described that their spiritual health had been impacted by climate change. And for 3 of those, it was because of the way in which spiritual health is embedded in their relationship with the land. The next thematic network we look at is motivations and supports for youth climate action. And first, climate action was shaped by person and place. Social location and cultural identity influenced both motivation and sense of responsibility to engage in climate action. And participants living in communities of smaller than 75,000 people often expressed that they, quote, felt disconnected from the action and really wished for more collective opportunities in their communities. Next, emotions were intertwined with action in many ways. Care, empathy, and a reverence for nature, as well as eco-anxiety, were found to generate climate action. Participation in climate action helped to transform climate emotions, particularly, but for those who had engaged in collective action, felt that their sense of powerlessness and hopelessness decreased, particularly as their sense of community increased. So that sort of positive piece was not experienced by those who had not engaged in collective climate action. And finally, I identified 4 interconnected types of supports. Adult allies, particularly educators and mothers, were important for participants' initial and ongoing engagement in climate action. Different gateways to action, like a club or an organized environmental group, usually through schools, was really important for supporting engagement. And again, those who were in smaller communities wished that there was a group that they could join. Friends, family, and peers, both within and beyond climate action groups, were important supports. And finally, 2 participants suggested that reconnecting with land and nature was really foundational to inspiring others to engage in climate action. And so what does this all mean? Well, first, I think the findings of the research do suggest that climate change adds significant burden to the mental, emotional, and spiritual well-being of young people, and that some people are feeling overburdened, and there are some problematic and paralyzing outcomes. Second, I heard from participants that seeing others care about climate change really helped them to cope with their challenging emotions, and that feeling care and empathy helped to move them to climate action. So I think recognizing the generative potential of care and empathy might help to shift the climate narrative in a way that shapes our emotional and behavioral response toward a more generate and compassionate and hope-filled way of living in the world together, including rebuilding the human-nature disconnect at the root of the climate crisis. Third, the research reports on the underexplored and often unnameable experiences of loss and grief experienced by participants. And given the harmful outcomes of unprocessed grief, I think it's critical that we work toward exploring and tending to these grief experiences. And lastly, many participants emphasized that both witnessing and engaging in solutions was an important coping mechanism. And again, this highlights that it's imperative we take immediate and sustained climate action to mitigate further impacts and protect the well-being of young folks. And finally, within health and education spaces, I think there's a few recommendations. The study emphasizes the need to establish safe spaces for young people to come together to really talk about and process their emotions. And I think also really important that we look to creating pathways to intergenerational community climate action, particularly for young people in small communities. And I think the formal education is well positioned to engage in this work. So that, in a nutshell, is the work. Thank you so much. And I'm going to stop sharing, but there's my contact information. I would love to hear from folks if anyone's interested in talking more about this work.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Ainsley. Incredible work, just to echo Sabrina's words. And you're right, it's building so well on what Tim touched on earlier and others as well. So thank you for all that you do and for sharing it with us. I don't believe we have any questions in the chat at the moment, and just in the interest of time, we will be moving on. But thank you for sharing your email, and for anyone who would like to connect with Ainsley, please do so. And yeah, thank you so much. We will be moving on to our next speaker. Pleased to introduce Stylianos Siropoulos. He will be delivering his talk titled Personal Legacies, a Psychological Tool for Actively Coping with the Threat of Climate Change. Stylianos is a postdoctoral researcher at Boston College in the US. He believes that a personal legacy is an individual's attempt to positively influence the lives of future generations. And I will pass it over to him to expand on that idea. Thank you so much for joining us, Stylianos, and looking forward to your talk.
Thank you. And can everyone see my slides?
Yes.
Great. It's a pleasure to be here. And I think that my talk builds well from previous talks, and there's an overall fit, and I'm excited to be able to present in this crowd. Before I begin, I just want to highlight that this is work that is funded by the APA Division for Environmental, Population, and Conservation Psychology. If you're interested in their work, please check them out. I don't need to explain to this panel that climate change is a realistic threat that is happening right now. However, I want to emphasize that, and I also want to emphasize that climate change is both a realistic and an existential threat, as well as a threat to our mental health. And a lot of my research has focused on how we can get individuals to act more sustainably and engage in individual and collective action to reduce our contribution to climate change. And more recently, I've also started working on how we can, at the same time, help buffer individuals' mental health against the threat of climate change. And one of the mechanisms that I'm particularly interested in is personal legacy. Now, legacy has been defined as an enduring meaning attached to one's identity, and that is manifested in the impact that we have beyond the constraints of our lifespan. Or in other terms, the impact that we have on others, and hopefully that impact will survive the test of time. And so there's a lot of research that has linked individuals' concern about the legacy with different sort of environmental outcomes, ranging from being willing to share resources more with future generations, donating to environmental charities, expressing more concern for climate change, stating that you're more willing to take pro-environmental action, and among other outcomes. However, there's not a lot of work that has examined whether at the same time these sort of concerns can help potentially can help make us feel more optimistic about the future and feel like we're actively contributing to address this issue. And so this is important because, as I'm sure it has been stated earlier, the majority of Americans and the world is concerned about climate change, and even at a younger age, people express a severe concern about climate change, and that can influence their mental health to a great degree. And so, together with my collaborators, I theorized that because research suggests that legacy can help us feel better, can help us find meaning in life, and it orients us towards action and beneficence towards others, it could potentially help us feel more optimistic, potentially less anxious, and and help us cope with the stressor of climate change. I do want to make a distinction in the type of legacy that people pursue. Some of us are motivated by wanting to be remembered as somebody with a good reputation and somebody who tried to help others, while others are just genuinely motivated to positively influence others. And that's a distinction we have found in existing work. And so we expected that potentially those who are motivated by a genuine motivation to positively influence others and leave a lasting impact would be the ones to see these benefits more. And so we explored this in two ways. One, we wanted to see whether people would see mundane behaviors as legacy building activities, and thus through this perception potentially actively cope with climate change. And then we wanted to see whether legacy motivation or legacy concerns, otherwise stated, would help us buffer threats of climate change on our mental health. And so I'm a quantitative psychologist, so I study these things by asking people to fill questionnaires, and we examined these across 3 studies. 2 of them were on MTurk. MTurk is a platform where you can recruit participants to complete a survey. These samples are typically roughly evenly split in terms of gender. They're primarily white in terms of race, and the average age is around 35 to 40 years old. However, in order to be able to make more generalizable claims about the nature of the study, we also collected a sample from across different countries in the global south, which we'll report results for later as well. And here again, the age was roughly between 35 and 40 years old, and there was an roughly even split in terms of gender. So with regards to the research question, can mundane behaviors be perceived as legacy building activities? To address this question, we asked people to generate any sort of behavior that they engage in that they think helps reduce their contribution to climate change. And so in study 1, we had people generate these behaviors, and then we had them rate them on a scale of 1 to 7 with regards to how effective they think they are at helping protect the environment and reduce the contribution to climate change, which is the efficacy column, and also at how much that specific behavior contributes to their legacy. And then we took we collapsed across these behaviors, and we collapsed them in categories, and then we used them in the subsequent studies. And what we found is that on average, on a scale of 1 to 7, most people find all of these behaviors relatively effective, even though we know that objectively the degree to which they contribute to reducing our impact on the environment differ a lot from behavior to behavior. And what's interesting is that people saw most of these behaviors as legacy building activities. And in fact, the more they saw these behaviors as legacy building efforts, the more effective they thought they were. This was then replicated in study 2. Once again, you can see here. And this time, we also found that the degree to which people engage in this behavior also related to the degree to which they thought the behavior was a legacy building activity. And even in our 3rd study in the Global South, including data from 10 different countries, we find similar results, suggesting that this seems to be more of a universal phenomenon, such that people tend to see mundane behaviors as potential legacy building activities, and that the more they see them as such, the more they think they're effective ways to cope with climate change. And And then we wanted to see whether the degree to which they are concerned, the degree to which they express a concern about their legacy relates to different sort of ways of coping with climate change, as well as climate change anxiety. So we just included measures of these constructs. Active coping, as you'll see in the next slide, refers to actively engaging in action to help alleviate stress produced by climate change, while avoidant coping means they just try not to think about it. So as you see here, this is a linear regression model, which basically means that the two types of legacy were included together, and then we accounted for how correlated they were, and then we saw how much they related to each one of the variables you see over here. And the higher if it's a positive association, the stronger the association is. That means that the more people scored on that variable, the more the outcome increased. So for impact legacy, we see that people thought that now is the time to act, and that they coped with the threat of climate change more actively, while those who were motivated to leave a legacy so that it can be remembered as somebody with a good reputation actively engaged in avoidant coping and were more anxious about climate change, while that was not the case for those who were motivated by impact. These results were replicated in the second study. In this study, we also included additional measures. We included a measure that conceptualized pro-environmental behaviors as coping, and two measures of hope, one that is based on constructive perception of hope and one that is based on denial. And we see that being motivated by impact relates to more constructive hope, and less hope based on denial, what reputation legacy relates to both. So it seems that consistently being genuinely motivated to help others is a more effective way of coping with the stress of climate change. And these results were also replicated to some degree in the sample from the Global South, suggesting that this appears to be sort of a universal pattern. So what are the takeaways? Well, those who are concerned about their legacy tend to perceive everyday behaviors as legacy building activities. So for example, if I am donating to a charity, I'm thinking that I'm contributing to an effort to help solve a problem, and thus I think I'm actively contributing against the fight towards climate change. In turn, this perception appears to help them cope with climate change. And those who are more concerned about their legacy tend to report more hope for the future and more constructive coping, which is, again, actively engaging in action to deal with climate change rather than avoiding thinking about the issue altogether. Finally, impact-based legacy did not relate to climate change anxiety, while reputation-based legacy did. So that suggests that potentially getting people to act because they generally want to could be more effective than just having them act for the sake of them building a good reputation. Some brief limitations. This is obviously correlational data and just associations and patterns. There's no causal evidence. The international sample was observed across many countries and not just one. So there's obviously country level variability that we didn't account for. So to address this phenomena, we need experimental work, and we need more work that just examines how concerns about legacy and efforts to establish a legacy can help our mental health more broadly. So at this point, I want to thank you for listening, my collaborators for the support, and Mochi, my dear Calico Cat, for her emotional support. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stelios. Much appreciated. Thanks for sharing. And correlational or not, it's really important work that will definitely pave the way for others to engage in this kind of effort. So thank you for sharing and for joining us today. Let's see if we have, yeah, it is really interesting. Just to echo Sabrina's question. She asked if you've compared this with terror management theory and work on the correlation between death anxiety and supremacy over nature and others.
Yeah, well, work on legacy stems from terror management theory to some degree. there's some evidence showcasing that when you make people think about their death, they're more likely to also think about their legacy, because legacy is a way to ensure your name survives across time. So in my opinion, and this remains to be tested, I think if we're able to connect legacy to sort of death thought accessibility or terror management, we would be able to get people to process these sort of thoughts more effectively and get them to act in a way that will help them cope with such a threat. So yeah, I think there's a connection there, and hopefully more research will be done to sort of tease that out.
Thank you. And again, just to echo our previous approach, I hope that Stelios will be okay with people reaching out to him if they have any other.
Yes, please. I will put my email in the chat.
Thank you so much. Okay. Moving forward, new exciting talk. I am pleased to introduce our next speakers, Sage Palmetto and Aisha Nieta Brown, who have a talk titled Earth Mindfulness, Sound Meditations for Connectedness. Extremely interesting. And just some introductions. Sage is a medical student at Dartmouth College in the US. And the general presentation will be about our species' disconnection from Earth and one another, which is at the core of the climate crisis. And Aisha Nieta Brown is a storyteller, creative researcher, and advocate for vulnerable populations who has been studying climate change since she was 17. So thank you so much. Thank you both for being here with us and sharing your important work. And I'll pass it over to you. Thank you.
You for the great introduction. So yes, my name is Aisha Nieta Brown, and today I'm going to be presenting alongside of Sage, and just to sort of, intro everything. As we approach this topic, we understand that we need a transdisciplinary understanding of the world and how climate intersects with the world and every topic, including mental health. And today, we're going to be talking about our project that promotes stillness, mental well-being, and awareness of self and earth, and in sort of this decentralized way. This project, again, is called Heartbeat of Home. It is our sound meditation for connectedness. And at the end, we will play you a sound meditation to sort of ground you into sort of the work that we're doing. As a species, we tend to be deeply disconnected from each other, and it is sort of this core issue facing the climate crisis. And with this guided sound meditation series that we're bringing forward, we bring the two ideas of storytelling and a sensory understanding of the environment to the forefront, nourishing mental health through feeling intelligence. So thank you so much for being here with us. And with that, I'm going to hand the floor over to Sage to speak a little bit more in depth about the project.
Yeah, thank you, Aisha and Nieta. I feel really grateful to be working together on this project. And my background is in ecology research, and I'm currently a medical student, and sometimes get frustrated with the anthrocentric ideas about intelligence, and how just this idea that intelligence is this thing that's in our brains, but the way that neuroscience or the way that we measure intelligence is by matrix networks and understanding the communication patterns that occur in these interconnections. And that's a process that goes beyond just our nerve cells, but every cell in our body, every organism beyond the human body, every single cell in this living fabric of Earth is always living and sending signals and receiving signals and communicating and listening. And so this kind of project is grounded in this idea that feeling and listening is the highest form of intelligence and is nature's form of intelligence. And we can really, while we're not always like in that state of deep feeling and deep listening, that's kind of what our intention is with this project. And particularly, we kind of wanted to target this deep listening and deep feeling experience because at the root cause of the climate crisis, as a lot of people have mentioned, it's this disconnect from nature, but also kind of a distraction from our senses and a disconnect from the sensory organism of Earth, just with industrial society, advertisements, technology. This is the world we live in now, and it's not really what our senses and our human organism, our living organic bodies are used to, or have optimally evolved to experience. So we have a lot of healing to do as a society, culturally, spiritually, and we kind of just from that state of trauma and disconnect, by setting the intention of understanding Earth from a place of listening and just taking a step back and listening to our living body and how it's interrelated with our environment, we can start to really heal that root cause of the disconnect by embodying the organic intelligence of nature. So with all of that, that's kind of just the context for our project. And now we're going to go into just a short few minutes of a sound meditation that we put together. So start to just connect to your senses, connect to your body, and you can close your eyes if you would like to. And I think, let's see, I'm not sure if the audio is going to play here, but okay, it is playing. All right, I'm going to mute myself and just sit back and relax and enjoy the meditation.
Hi, my name is Aisha Inyeta, and welcome to the Climate Mental Health Network's series called Heartbeat of Home. Here we will be talking about spatial mindfulness and your immediate environment, and ancestry from Earth. Moving outside of the human-centric approach. Earth is nature, dirt, wind, and our built environment. Ancestry can be from the past or even future generations, so keep that in mind while we go through these exercises. All right, let's get started. Imagine the space around you is communicating with you. Whether it be inside or outside, what is the first message that you feel or notice? Where do Earth's messages of love and nourishment show up most in your life? what does it feel like to visualize your ancestors encouraging your path here on Earth? Thank you so much for joining us today, and you are always welcome in our space to find peace of mind here while we are on Earth. I'll catch you next time.
Thank you all so much for listening. Does anybody have any like questions or anything that we can address about the presentation? Nice. Kiefer says, I do feel much more relaxed. That's awesome.
Yeah, I think everyone is letting that sink in and taking it on. Thank you so much for sharing that beautiful. I don't even know. I don't even have words. I also feel relaxed. So thank you. Wonderful work. It's so much, so needed, very helpful as well. Oh, yeah, wonderful. I think we will be moving on towards the next talk, but thank you for being here and sharing the space with us. And as before, to our participants, feel free to reach out to our presenters if you would like to connect further. But thank you both. We really appreciate you being here.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe we'll put our emails in the chat in
Yes.
case anyone wants to connect. Thank
That's
you,
great.
everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. We will be moving on to our next talk. Last but not least, it is really exciting to introduce you to Nessa Gesemi Bakhtiari and Tara Ledger-Goods, who also provided us with a very interesting talk yesterday. I'm not sure if for those who are not here, she was focusing on eco-anxiety in children and photo voice interventions. So just to introduce Nessa, welcome both, first of all. There is Nessa and Tara are co-presenting with Anne-Sophie, who will be joining us shortly, Anne-Sophie Dorian. And their talk is called Creating Spaces to Talk About Eco-Anxiety, Identifying Eco-Emotions, and Adapting to a Changing World, the example of eco-motion in Quebec, Canada. Nessa is working on a PhD in developmental psychology. Her research focuses on the determinants of eco-anxiety and the civic engagement of high school students. Tara, just a reminder, Tara is also a PhD student at the University of Quebec in Montreal. And she's interested in the psychological impacts of human-driven climate change. And Anne-Sophie Dorian holds a bachelor's degree in psychology from the University of Sherbrooke. And she's now a PhD student candidate in child and adolescent psychology. So thank you all for being here and for sharing this important work with us. Looking forward to hearing more about it. And you can start sharing your screen. Thank you.
Hi.
Anne-Sophie's not here yet.
So Anne-Sophie isn't here, but I guess I can still start because her part is a little bit later. Can someone just confirm that they're letting her in soon?
She's in the
I think
participants.
she will join shortly. Yes, there she is.
Okay, perfect. No problem. Well, thanks everyone. I'd like to start by thanking the organizers of this summit. I've been craving for this sort of conference ever since I decided to get back in the academic world in psychology. It's also a great example of what I'll be presenting today with my colleagues Anne-Sophie and Tara. So without further ado, we'd like to begin by situating ourselves. As has been mentioned in our introduction, my colleagues and I are settlers who are working on our PhDs in development, education, and clinical psychology at UQAM and Université de Sherbrooke, which are situated in so-called Quebec. We'd like to acknowledge that we are situating in Tiohtià:ke, also known as Montreal, an unceded Indigenous territories. So as many of the presentations have outlined before us, climate change is real, and many people and communities across the world are expressing psychological distress as they become more aware and or affected directly or indirectly by the impacts of human-caused climate change. Though the concept isn't new, research on eco-anxiety is just at its beginnings, and while the need to support those affected seems only to amplify. What's more, practitioners in the field of mental health are not always equipped to understand and receive distress experience and by the individuals dealing with eco-anxiety. Many often confuse eco-anxiety with other forms of distress, such as, but not limited to, some anxiety disorders or depression. In response to this lack of resources in traditional intervention spaces, community organizations, often spearheaded by youth and climate activists, have emerged, which leads us to the question of, which intervention methods can best respond to climate and environmental change induced distress? How can we respond as practitioners of mental health to eco-anxiety? To answer this question, we're going to start by exploring some theoretical and empirical groundings before presenting our case study of a nonprofit specialized in eco-emotions and end with an example of their practices. I don't know what's... Sorry. Before I pass the mic over to Tara, we'd like to present the accessible definition we've proposed to talk about eco-anxiety, based, of course, on the literature that's available to us. We define eco-anxiety as a complex and adaptive response to the knowledge and experience of climate change, which manifests itself in many ways. Eco-anxiety includes the diversity of emotions, thoughts, and behaviors one may experience in response to climate and environmental change, particularly when in relation to collective inaction. Eco-anxiety can thus lead to different consequences, including psychological distress, and as part of my own thesis project, I've come to an understanding of eco-anxiety that can be lived as in an adaptive way, as a motive to change and transformation, or in a maladaptive way, generally leading to some sort of distress in the long run.
Thank you, Nessa. So just going to go through a few theoretical underpinnings that could guide intervention practices to respond to eco-anxiety, very briefly, because we want to talk more about eco-motion. So one of the models that could be used is the model of acceptance and commitment therapy, or ACT. And so the idea is to promote psychological flexibility through openness to experience, acceptance of emotions and related thoughts, and contact with the present moment through mindfulness, for example. And this model also promotes the identification and the clarification of values and the engagement in action that's important for the individual. And ACT also acknowledged that not only is anxiety normal, but in many cases, it's actually adaptive and part of being fully functioning human being. Self-determination theory is also a grounding theory that could inform practices. So values and motivation are related to the satisfaction of three basic psychological needs. So the need for autonomy, the need for competence, and the need for relatedness. And so this really informs how people are motivated to act in the context of climate change and how this can relate in turn with their distress. And as you've probably heard, and I presented yesterday, there are three coping strategies that have emerged, especially through the work of Ojala. And these are problem-focused coping, emotion-focused coping, and meaning-focused. And initial evidence suggests that not only, actually the only one that's related to increased climate change distress is problem-focused coping. So as we'll discuss later, action is not necessarily always the best way to cope, as it has been suggested a lot in the media. And this also highlights the importance of promoting meaning-focused coping, as it doesn't seek to diminish difficult emotions, but rather to also recognize supportive emotions. And we also wanted to take the time to note that we've recently added particular attention to intercultural and non-violent communication, but unfortunately, for the scope of this presentation, we're going to move on to presenting Ecomotion with Anne-Sophie, who hopefully is here now.
Yeah, so Ecomotion is a collective of environmental and mental health experts, therapists, students, and individuals who all share the common goal of supporting eco-social transformation. It became a nonprofit organization in 2020, and it's located in Quebec. Its mission is to support and accompany people and organizations in their adaptation process to eco-social catastrophes and transformations resulting from climate change. Its services prioritize dialogue and creating spaces. They include conference, which is theoretical knowledge transfer, allowing participants to increase their understanding about psychological and community impacts of environmental issues. Workshop and training, which are discussion and integrative activities by practicing using emotional regulation tools to accept and cope with eco-anxiety, and developing creativity and skills to find innovative and meaningful solutions to current challenges without draining their resources. Also, we have online resources and community. In the past year, services have reached over 2,000 individuals and much more through social media and the website, including children, teenagers, college and university students, and also many professionals in different organizations and fields. The lived experience informed practice is an intervention method that involves considering the point of view of individuals and communities living a phenomenon and then including them in the development of services. It considers research and clinical evidence, intersectionality, and context. Full disclaimer, we are all three intervention workers for Ecomotion, and the founders of Ecomotion, including myself, pursues their own personal experiences with eco-anxiety to develop the organization and its services. Ecomotion employees continue to use their own eco-anxiety experiences while learning and relying on evidence from scientific literature and from their practice as present and future psychologists and practitioners. Among other things, we developed the metaphor of the canoe and the river to represent emotional regulation faced to climate change, showing the importance of finding balance and using one's strengths and tools to navigate the socio-ecological transition. Since the beginning of Ecomotion, various needs studies have been conducted with individual communities in order to anchor its services in real needs. The most salient needs were to have support and access to a community where they can share their experiences, to have knowledge about difficult emotion, and to learn different ways and tools to better manage them. Now let's see an example in practice.
So in practice, what this looks like is that we try to teach or learn, and we learn to reframe eco-anxiety. As Anne-Sophie outlined, there are many methods to do so, but since we can't go into detail into all those methods that eco-anxiety uses, we're going to focus on the workshops that we work on. So once people have acquired better understandings about eco-anxiety and other eco-emotions, once they have developed some skills to address them, it's possible to move on towards creating individual adaptation plans to our changing world. In order to do so, Eco-Motion guides participants in imagining the future and the communities in which they want to live. We also guide participants in identifying their own strengths and abilities, and we guide them to tune into their values and motivation. We recognize that one size does not fit all, so this step is done within each individual self. It's only when we're able to give meaning to our actions that those actions can become an adaptive coping strategy, such has been discussed previously. This then leads to being able to identify concrete actions and changes we may enact in 3 levels. So the way that we divide them is actions that we can have in our own lives, towards our own self and in our everyday lives. And in the second level would be in relation to and with our community. And then on the third level, the collective. So by collective, we mean society, whether that is within like your own neighborhood or within your institutions that you work with. Finally, it's important to acknowledge, and we often have to remind participants, that this work is not supposed to be easy and it will take time. We encourage the practice of active hope, and this active hope is meant to guide us towards these transformations. So what does the community think about all this? As Anne-Sophie mentioned, Eco-Motion has constantly communicated with its community participants to ensure that the services it offers respond to their needs. Feedback has mostly been very positive. Participants express that Eco-Motion provides tangible tools and structure to help people deal with their eco-emotions. They're grateful that Eco-Motion creates spaces to connect with one another, but also with themselves as they learn to identify the emotions that they're going through. These spaces also serve to normalize and validate these various experiences and emotions. Finally, participants appreciate the more nuanced perspective Eco-Motion has of eco-anxiety. As many have noted before, the way that the popular media will talk about eco-anxiety is in a very negative and pathologizing way. So it's appreciated that it's more normalized. We'd like to acknowledge a few limitations experienced by Eco-Motion. So first off, the interventions that are created and offered by Eco-Motion, though informed by scientific literature, have yet to be validated. This is partly due to the fact that it's difficult to conduct such studies within the context of needing to respond to an increasing demand, but also with financial challenges. Additionally, knowledge making is slow, but also very fast when it comes to eco-anxiety. And by this, we mean that though it sometimes takes years to publish studies on the subject, we're faced with an increase of scientific production on the subject. And that means that we're constantly adapting our practices to the new findings. Moving forward, we also hope that we'll be able to move from a reactive approach to talking about eco-anxiety to a more preventive approach as we build some adapted new workshops for children and youth. We hope that rather than responding to maladaptive eco-anxiety, we'll be able to eventually promote positive development in this changing world. So thanks very much for this for this invitation. This is our contact information if ever you'd like to reach any of us or all of us. And if you're interested in what EcoMotion does, please look at the online resources.
It is in French.
It is in French. I don't think we mentioned that, but it is a French resource. But we're in Canada. It's bilingual.
Thank you all so very much for sharing your work. Much appreciated, really interesting. And we're really grateful to have you here. So I would like to see if there's any questions from our participants. I think there is one.
So yeah, I see one that's in the Q&A. Where have we been able to get funding for EcoMotion? So this is a question that Anne-Sophie might be able to answer in the beginning. Right now, as we're a registered OB nonprofit, we do apply to different funding that's available to nonprofits, but usually it's through, right now, a lot of it is through sales. So we do sell our services.
Wonderful.
But we also offer a lot of online tools, which are free. And then, for example, there's going to be a week on eco-anxiety, the Eco-Anxiety Week, that's happening, I believe, February 12th, very soon. Yes.
Great, thank you. Okay. And if there's any more questions, you know, you posted your contact details and we appreciate that. So yeah, I don't think there's any more, and just being mindful of time, we ran a bit behind, but
thank you.
I'm excited to start exploring this further after the summit. Once we let everything sink in and we start connecting with each other. So again, thank you.
We look forward to it. Thank you.
Take care. Oh, wonderful. I'm just going to share my screen quickly. There you go. We have reached the end of our summit, sadly or happily, depending on how you look at it. It's been a wonderful experience. And firstly, we just wanted to say a huge thank you to all our panelists, speaker, and participants for just making this such an incredible and fulfilling experience. Again, we are so grateful for you sharing your work and thoughts and your ongoing support. And just to echo something that was mentioned before and by speakers and us, when the MHCCA was first started in 2021, we really set out to provide a space for all researchers and members of this community and the public to catalyze collective actions, to support each other, to share work, and just work together on these concerns, foster collaboration, and so on. So we, when we launched our vision, we really were looking to help those affiliated through the MHCCA and others to leverage this network to develop research and exchange knowledge. And just wanted to say that if you're interested in connecting further and being more engaged in this space and network, we do host quarterly knowledge exchange events. We're open to collaborations. We were even discussing about starting a regular webinar series where, speakers could actually spend more time with participants and exploring questions and their thoughts and exchanging ideas. Sadly, during the summit, we had to stick to our timeline. But it is an opportunity. We're open to other ideas as well as to how to help this network grow and make it more productive for everybody. So for those who are interested in conducting research or knowledge exchange with the MHCCA and others, please feel free to reach out to us. I added the some contact information on this slide. There's also a contact form on our website. Or feel free to reach out to me and Kiefer and Gottfried or anyone else at MHCCA. We have a members section as well, where if you sign up as a member, you will receive more updates and more regularly. So yes, thank you. If there are any other thoughts, let us know. I also added a reminder on there about the survey that we're working really hard to release very soon. So any help and support from others in improving it would be much appreciated. And yeah, I'll let Kiffer take over. How are you, Kiffer? Any other
Hi,
thoughts
good.
to share?
Still drinking in the fire hose. I just wanted to pop on and give a very special thank you, not only to all of you for attending, but to Andrea for really making this event happen and, helping to coordinate and get all of the speakers lined up. And, it's basically an incredible undertaking for somebody who, essentially is doing their PhD, has lots of other things going on. And so just bravo to you. And to also in the background, Gottfried, who's been managing our speakers and helping them get in, through the Zoom platform. Without the two of you, this really wouldn't have been possible. And also acknowledge our funders, the NFRF and SSHRC as major Canadian funders, making this event possible. We really build the MHCCA on the back of my research program here at SFU. And kind of as Andrea said, we're always looking for more people to put their shoulder to the wheel and help push it along to really build that vision of a national network. I think something that I enjoyed most about this is just studies that you might not hear about for years because they won't get into the published literature, for maybe 12 months after they're conducted. You're really hearing about some of the latest edge stuff. And when we started in 2021, we started the MHCCA because we couldn't find a forum to have these conversations in or to hear about them. And so this is really exciting work. We're doing things looking at, starting a journal to help facilitate knowledge exchange within this community, doing everything we can to really make sure that we move forward and we're responding as quickly as possible to the effects that people are experiencing every day, including many of us here. So thank you all for your contributions to our speakers and panelists that were just amazing and blown away by the stuff that's happening. I really couldn't have imagined that the field would grow as much as it has in the past 2 years. Many of us are new to this research field, but we're also building on the backs of giants like, Arden and Tim and some of the other speakers here who have been conducting this research for many years. And so just a huge thanks to everybody. And we will send out an email following this with just some of the important updates that have been discussed throughout and with all of our social media links. So please follow us along and keep in touch. And we look forward to connecting more and more over the year to come.
Thank you, everyone. Have a lovely day. And just a reminder, the slide is still up. If you would like to continue these conversations today or tomorrow, please go on that platform. Have a wonderful day. Take care.